Okay.
I'm glad mine says push today. Yours is the.
Last week, you guys, I sent Stephanie and Jill an email based on the spreadsheet that Lindsay created that we all should have in the shared folder that lists our order for how we're going to address issues. And of course, we still have to continue and perhaps conclude the IBB process for the issue of COVID-related leave. The next thing that we have in priority is time for PLCs. Then the next thing is the calendar issue, then the grievance procedure, and then prep time. So I don't know that we'll get to all of that, but I just kind of, ran through that order. And then Stephanie had also emailed Jill and I that her April is filling up like very quickly, as I'm sure is all of our calendars. And so we probably want to look at scheduling some meeting dates in April. I think, Stephanie, you sent your availability.
Yeah, because I have two Mondays, one Monday through Friday, one Tuesday through Friday this out.
So those are a lot of dates.
Yeah.
And I believe, and I can't remember the exact date that Russ is ready, but we typically do the budget presentation in April. At a minimum, we would want to do that. So let me forward this email that Stephanie sent with her availability to the whole team. John, Mike.
Thank you.
Okay, just forwarded you all that email. So I don't know if we want to try and look at April dates first and get that out of the way before we start diving into issues.
Yeah, I think that's probably a good idea.
So I have, just for everybody's reference, it looks like our next meeting, so our March meetings are March 3rd and March 24th. So the last meeting we have scheduled is March 24th, which I don't know what days of the week those are. Thursdays. Does anybody know or remember when Russ can give his budget presentation? Because when does he do it for the board? He does it in May. When did we do our budget? When did he present to us last time? Yeah.
I'll be glad.
He was right there. I guess we can just have him let us know when he'll be ready. Because I think, if I remember correctly, when we started kind of putting the issues on days, theoretically, if we're super, super productive and everything goes according to plan, we would be done with all non-compensation or monetary issues by that last March meeting. Now, that's a big if, but theoretically, we could be ready to start talking.
It's nice to have goals.
It's nice to have goals, yeah. Awesome.
I know. I mean, mostly yes.
Good morning, Russ. We were just wondering if you could share with us, we cannot remember what date you gave your budget presentation to this team last year. And so I believe what we did is we all agreed to watch the budget presentation that you did to the board, and then you would do a specific presentation right after that for this team. When is your presentation to the board?
Scheduled go May 9th and May 23rd to the board meetings, budget workshops.
May 9th and May 23rd. Okay, what is an ideal date then for you to do a presentation for this team?
The May 23rd one would be more the operating funds, which is more what you guys are talking about. So that would be May 23rd or after.
Okay.
I'm sorry, the 24th or after.
I think last year, didn't we say everyone would watch Russ's presentation at that board meeting? And then, like, we had a IBB meeting maybe on Tuesday or Wednesday or
Like
something.
right after that?
Pretty quick, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's actually kind of a big gap. Do we want to pick a meeting date for the budget presentation that week in May and then put some meetings before that, 1 or 2 meetings before, so that if we're not done with the issues, we'll have them on the calendar?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay,
I know we have goals to do a lot today and then the 3rd and the 24th of March, but I really think that we're going to need some dates in April.
yeah.
And is the 24th an all-day?
Yes.
Okay.
Whew. Okay, so if we look at that week of May 23rd and we look at like the 24th, 25th, or 26th.
24th is final exams, last day, school, and then the 25th is teacher work day. The 26th is teacher facilitated learning. So I don't know how that looks to you guys, Thursday the 26th.
Well, and also depends on if we have any more snow days.
True, well, yes and no, we'll get gifted from the state, so I think we're gonna be okay.
Yeah.
So we've got 4 from that, so.
I mean, I'd say we
Tentatively put it in for the 26th, if that works for you all.
yeah.
Okay, so for May 26th, which is Thursday, everybody check your, I sometimes forget to check my personal calendar. Okay.
That's good for me.
Okay.
Because we usually figure out snow days here in a couple weeks from now.
Okay.
Usually it's April, I feel like. Just in
Spring.
case.
I know, I'm just saying, usually around spring break.
Spring break, once we get past spring break, we should be good to go.
Correct.
Okay, so do we want to do that as an afternoon session then? Or wait, like do it earlier?
That's an all-day, just in case.
Okay, so do that as one of our, do we want to do it a little bit later since it's not a school day, 9,
What was it?
8:30? What's best for everyone?
Let's shoot for 9 to noon. If we need more time, we'll go from there. How's that?
What day is that?
The
Thursday, May
26th.
26th.
Then we wouldn't have to break for
April?
lunch.
Yeah, we'll
No.
shoot for 9
May.
to 9 to 12, May 26th. If we need more time, we'll.
Okay, I'm gonna send everybody a calendar invite, and I'm gonna put, and I'll give you, calendar invite to Russ.
Stephanie, you have
I'm
Thursday,
good
May
for that day.
26th? Okay.
Mhm, yeah. 9 to noon, 5/26.
The 25th is a work day, the 26th is a flex day for professional development.
So most of them won't be there.
I've done it.
The ones that are there, just closing up their rooms roughly, so you'll close out your stuff on the 25th, is my guess.
Okay.
Well, we can always move it to
I always love
the
those.
So many people. I need to create a group, so I don't have to keep individually typing in the names.
You didn't do that 2 years ago, Rachel.
I know. It's like, it's so,
I'm
no,
kidding
it's
you.
so ingrained.
So not looking at April dates?
Well, yeah, we probably need to put 1 or 2 in April, or, I mean, I'd say let's try and get 2 dates between April and the beginning of May. Probably makes sense.
That's all we need Russ for though, correct?
Yep, that's all we need Russ for. Thank you, Russ.
Thanks, Russ.
We fill out a little bit of power.
True.
We want to do the 27th too, or what?
In May,
Yeah. I don't know.
I'm out the 27th.
Because, sometimes we like to go over it, we get our small group, and then we come back, we can come back the next day with, if we think logically of what we've done in the past.
yes, I agree.
Maybe just hold it for now.
Rachel said
I'm out
you're
the
on
27th.
27th.
And maybe just keep the 26th all day open.
Okay,
Be nice to finish and not come back in June.
okay.
So hold the afternoon also.
I'll make a note of that there.
Yeah, so, what days?
Oh, wait, hold on. I think I got it now. You sent us a email, right, Rachel?
Yes, I forwarded everybody Stephanie's email.
Oh, yeah, I had it too.
Yeah, I've got my blockout dates written down here too.
Whoa.
Yeah, that month was weird for me. So I can say what's open. So I would be open the 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th. And the 8th, I'd have to take a extended lunch.
What about the 1st?
Friday the 1st, I'm open.
Friday, April 1st?
I was just making sure I got
Yeah.
all the open dates.
Are we looking for an all day or an afternoon for that
Well, the one right before that will be an all-day. We've been doing like an afternoon and all day, an afternoon and all day.
one? So you want to do an afternoon on Friday?
No, I'm thinking a different day than Friday, but like maybe doing like an afternoon.
Yeah. It looks like, so you have a Friday the 1st open, basically the whole next week.
Except that 8th, I
the
would have
8th,
to have
okay.
a lunch.
And then the
and
only
then
other days besides that would be
Monday the
11th and Monday the 18th.
And then
Yeah.
the 25th through 29th, I told you was blocked out for something, but I don't have it on my calendar. That is a tentative covering something for a colleague. So the 25th through 29th may open up, I just don't know yet.
Okay.
I'll actually email and check with him. Maybe he'll let us know by lunch.
So I can't do the 1st, I'm at a conference that day, but all those other days I think I could do.
You all have been doing Thursdays. Is Thursday the 7th a possibility?
Probably.
Although that whole week of the 4th is good, but
Yeah, I don't have anything.
7th doesn't work, I've got a Sunflower League principals meeting.
On the 6th.
I don't know that you've ever done Mondays. 11th and 18th are both open. Or Tuesday the 6th, Tuesday and Wednesday the 5th and 6th. One of those.
April's Wednesday's the 6th.
Mm-hmm.
I would like, we've been doing Thursdays, it'd be good to do a Wednesday, just
Okay,
Switch it up.
Wednesday for our afternoon one?
okay.
Wednesday the 6th.
Anyone have a conflict?
On
Speak
afternoon,
now.
I got agenda review with the board.
Uh,
I can do it before that, though.
well, if that wants to be one of our day ones.
Yeah, we could do.
Could
do
do
the
a
full day on the 6th, maybe?
Oh, yeah. It's-
This will be your first session after a full day on 3/24.
What about Tuesday the 5th?
That's good.
Like an afternoon one.
Yeah.
Tuesday the 5th, I could do that.
Yep.
Tuesday the 5th at 3:15, anyone have a conflict? Okay, I'm gonna start creating that.
I might get hangry.
Yeah. We don't have, work council until the 25th, so we could do Monday and the 11th or 18th.
Speak up.
So for our all day Monday
Monday, the 11th, or the 18th. I don't know when the board meetings are.
Board meeting, workshop on the 11th, and board meeting on the 25th.
So the 18th.
Or is that just after, is that during the day?
It's in the evening.
So, oh, yeah.
Do you do our all-day session either the 11th or the 18th?
Let me check that.
Unless you have
11,
stuff on
yes.
Monday.
Yeah, we do. Oh.
Do we have an all-day session scheduled after your presentation from Russ, Rachel?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, what?
Oh, there is, okay. Is there, I was asking if there's an all-day after Russ's presentation.
That's the May.
That's the one we scheduled.
Okay, oh, that would be the, right. Because I'm assuming that all day is going to be financials.
Yeah.
So the 11th,
11th works much better for me.
I'm fine with the 11.
9 to 3, whatever.
That's fine.
Okay.
We have
April.
DLT, Joe. Just move
What's
that. DLT, we just missed that.
Well, if we go till 3, we should be, did you say,
DLT.
oh, DLT starts at 8:30.
Yeah.
If we could do 9:30 to 3, we're done in about a half hour.
Yeah, we probably have to be there for that.
Yeah, we would.
9:30, is that okay?
Yep.
So 9:30 to 3.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mike. Didn't have that.
Okay, I'll send one for that. All right, I'm glad we did that. This calendar's full of
Created a
fast.
group yet.
Okay. Did we have notes on where we were or anything for,
Lindsay, I think, had the IBB steps at the bottom of the issue statement on the COVID-related leave. If someone can screen share those. I'm not sure who was screen sharing. I know,
I think it was John, wasn't it?
was it John? And really, this was homework coming back from Mike mainly, I believe. We'll see when she gets it up.
okay.
In terms of today, I do need to take a break from about 10 to 10:15 to just weigh in on a phone call. And then, do we want to go ahead and determine what time you guys want lunch today? Because I'm going to have to troubleshoot with Dell a little bit on my lunch.
What, 11:30? That sound good?
11:30
Okay.
lunch, okay.
We doing 11:30 to 12:30 or to 1?
Are people leaving for lunch? Gonna go out somewhere? Abroad? Or the cafe?
They're
Yeah.
doing a Kansas Teacher of the Year. 8 teachers from across the state are going to be in there, so I got to go in there for a little bit. I don't know if they're serving other lunch with it, though.
Well, we can grab something.
Do we want to go till 1 then, give time to return some calls and do that?
Yeah.
Yeah,
If you're
it's
good
probably
with that.
unrealistic to say an hour.
11:30
We gotta
11:30
leave.
to 1.
Okay, that sounds good.
Okay, okay. Lindsay, are you looking for notes?
They're in the folder.
Okay.
They're just under the issue statement.
Can we screen share? Because I have a blank screen, so I have to troubleshoot with Dell as my screen keeps blacking out. Thank you for anyone who can put those up on the screen.
And I apologize that I have to leave at 3 for Dr. Hubbard and the board because we have agenda review, so I'll leave at 3 o'clock. It's just a little early, so. Today.
Whew.
Tiny print. Only gets worse, Rachel, when you get older.
I mean. Awesome. So I think we got into brainstorming solutions. Dr. Schumacher, did you have any other data or information to share
Yes.
before we go back through
Yep.
solutions?
Yeah, guys, and thank you for giving me some time to get this together. And so the team did pull together some information that I think we wanted. The first bit of data that we were looking for was how many staff have exhausted their leave to this point this school year. So this was pulled on February 9th, so a couple weeks ago. At that point, 18 certified staff had 0 temp hours accumulated and 0 temp hours of what they would receive this year. So again, everything exhausted, so 18. 2 certified received district sick leave bank hours for a total of 92 hours. That's about 11 and a half days. And just for FYI, 3 classified staff had 0 temp hours accumulated and 0 temp or 0 vacation. So those are those numbers. And then we also wanted to know how many of our certified employees took short-term disability. And that number is 929.
Have signed up for that benefit.
Yes.
What is your bargaining unit here?
About 2,000.
Okay. The 2 that received donated leave bank or whatever it is in accordance with the board policy, are those 2 part of the 18?
Yes. Yes, they would have been.
And did the 16 that?
We haven't gotten 16 requests.
So there's just 16.
We
that
have had a
haven't.
few of those 18 come to us and say they would like to request the sick leave, but we've had to
Deny based
because
on-
of the short-term disability provision. But it's not 16.
But those have been held, as to right now, those are the ones that you referred to last meeting that we're holding harmless until,
Yeah, we had a snafu with one that we're correcting, but yes, that was the intent.
okay.
That was my question, because I have received at least 2 emails in the last few days of people that were docked on their February
Yeah.
check.
We'll make those corrections if that's taking
You'll find
place.
them, or
Now,
do I need to get you their
Here's
names?
what we're struggling with, and you guys know this as well as anyone. But every year, people go into dock outside of a pandemic, outside of COVID. So we don't know who not to dock and who to dock, right? Or, you know what I mean? So if someone consistently takes leave beyond what they have accumulated and they've taken a vacation or whatever, right? They have that allowance within our P&A to do that. So if someone, the only ones we're able to address, we don't have a mechanism, we don't have a system in place to trigger it right now. It's just if Pam or Jeremy have talked to someone and they know, they put in a request, we've denied it, and they're going to go into dock, we've stopped those. But those that have just hit, just out of taken leave, we don't have that mechanism in place. So if you have additional names, I guess what I'm saying, if you have additional names that we need to consider, get them to us. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay.
And can you give me the number one more time of the number of certified staff that have sick, or short-term disability?
929.
Thank you.
So almost half.
Yeah.
So people you have denied, the board has denied sick leave bank days because they have short-term disability. Is there a hold on them to be docked, or do they have to request that once they get docked?
There should be a hold on them.
Okay.
And if we've missed someone, please let us know.
And you all wouldn't know how many people did short-term disability claims? That would be something that would be,
We could probably find it out.
I don't know if it's,
Most
I
of
don't
the leave's too
think that,
short.
yeah, I don't think
Yeah.
that's really the heart of the question. It's that provision within the P&A disallows them to request the sick leave. So I think that's really the concern.
yeah, but I think separate from that, I think you all, further down under solutions, were talking about, is there a need to do some educating folks on their ability to do a short-term disability claim, but you're saying that people aren't usually out enough days to do it?
The problem with the people that I've encountered are that they've had COVID, they've run out of days, but they have, for example, young children at home who get sick, so, and it may not be COVID.
Okay.
And so they really don't need, you know, they're not going to go 5 days unpaid before they could even access short-term
I see.
disability. They need a day or two here and there.
Yeah. Gotcha. Well, some of the, I mean, I'm just going to read through the solutions. I know you can read them. I'm just going to sort of say them and see how they land, right? Provide additional sick days. You all didn't talk through that solution on whether or not it would be for all. I think that was also linked to one that's on here that was reinstate sick days, perhaps. Yeah, the second to the last one, reinstate COVID-related sick days. Okay, and then the second bullet point, remove the language related to short-term disability, preventing them from using the bank. These were just ideas. Create the ability for those to donate their leave to the sick leave bank. Allow staff to borrow against future leave. Incentivize in banking of days. Allow retirement donations, and I think there was some discussion that maybe there's current language, but the current language isn't clear. And then allow staff to elect to receive retention payment or turn it into equivalent leave days. And I don't know if any other solutions had come up between your last meeting and today, or if anybody had done a little more research or thinking on any of those. Just give.
I do think the second one on there is one of the first things that really would help a lot, removing the language in the sick leave bank disallowing access to those with short-term disability, because the board has to approve whether or not they're going to grant someone additional sick leave. And so if that wasn't part of that paragraph, they could approve to give someone extra days, even if they had short-term disability. I mean, in the future, they could still not approve, days from the school board bank. So I don't know, I think that part is a big one. I also have, I have some language from other districts that have gone through this, reinstating COVID-related sick days, how someone would have to qualify for that type of thing. So if that's something we want to look at.
That's helpful.
Is there a need to, this is under economics. This was submitted under economics, I noticed. And I don't know, it's always been not my forte to understand how a district or an organization carries the financial aspect of leave time as an economic. There's the, other than the sub cost, you also have just a cost, I think. I don't really know how that works. But does it make sense to think about, does it help you all form, where you might head with this, to think about what the cost is for a couple of these?
That's
I think-
big question, because a lot of times, if like Lindsay takes a day, there's not a sub, there's no cost basically.
Well, but I think that if you ask Russ, I may be wrong on this, I think that the board carries it as on the budget, it's carried on the budget. Leave time's carried on the budget. So I don't think the sub issue is the big cost. I think it's how is it carried on the budget? Am I wrong about that?
Sub issue is the cost.
Well, I think there's two factors. I mean, there's the sub cost of $175 per absence if one is taken.
Yeah.
And then the other potential cost would be the $50 at the end of your employment. So every day that we give someone is potentially worth either between 175 and 50. It is my easy math of it, depending on how it's used.
So, okay, just to frame and focus the issue, and I want to make sure that I understand it. The problem is for those who have been in situations where they themselves or their family members who they care for have had to have been sick or have had to care for someone connected to COVID-19. The problem is their paycheck being impacted by that, right? So having a financial loss due to absences related to COVID-19.
It's definitely a financial loss, but it's also,
Future financial.
it's your future financial loss,
Okay.
because this is seriously impacting two groups of people. New to Shawnee Mission that didn't have very many days to start with, or people who have had a child born in their family in the last year, or are hoping to have one, or who have chronic health issues.
Got it.
And so that's the big impact. It also, though, is a stressor for those who, just in general, for me, for a long time, I'll just use myself as an example. I'm very fortunate. I have 5 parents, step-parents, and in-laws that are alive in their 80s and their 90s. So, I have saved days because thinking that,
Doctor's appointments, all that kind of
yeah.
stuff.
So that would be a concern to me, though, if I had to use days for, my situation was different. I have a husband who works at home. And so anyways, if I was like 30 days and then I had COVID and had to quarantine for 10 days, because up until recently, that's what you had to do. And I never got it, but I had to isolate, couldn't come to school. And then I got COVID and then I'm out. And then all of a sudden I, have a long-term issue. So
Got it.
even as proactive, I think people, if you think almost half our bargaining unit took short-term disability thinking they were being responsible and proactive, and it didn't help them with the COVID situation, and then people in other things that you've really planned and banked some days, any days that hit that. And really, if you think about it, when we've gone through this for 2 years, so there are people that have had to isolate or quarantine more than once. And then depending when that window was, that's 4 weeks worth of leave.
Okay.
So, and lots of times, still continuing to do all the work that was necessary for the job, lesson plans, grading, coming back.
Okay.
And I get all that too, and just to maybe try to narrow our focus. I see our biggest issue is trying to resolve someone getting docked pay because of, COVID leave this year, right? I get the point of future loss if you have a child and you have to go on FMLA for that, but that seems, and I don't want to sound callous, and I hope it doesn't come off this way, but that seems like a secondary ask, because we are getting now, because through the NEA and through the district, we've done a good job, I think, of advertising to our professional employees, hey, make the request to HR, and so we're getting requests to add 40 or 50 days. I don't think that's our responsibility, right?
Well-
Someone who's taken leave because of various FMLA issues, and they want to build back up their bank, I don't think that should be the first intent of this group.
I think 40 to 50 days is ridiculous, and I think that's probably an outlier more than a regular one. But I do think we have to recognize that COVID is not done. We could be in this situation again next year multiple times. And so we're going to be, unless we can work towards a solution that's at least going to keep that in mind, we're going to be right back here again next year saying we have people that don't have days.
I also think it's an image issue right now when we have districts around us doing stuff to support and change. And those staff, we've had staff members saying, I don't know if I can stay in this profession with this issue, or is this the straw that breaks, the camel back on me staying a teacher, this is a big issue. And it comes down to valuing, our staff, of making it a priority of how do we fix this?
So to go back to Jill's initial thought is to eliminate that language of short-term disability within that sick leave provision. To me, that was the district's mechanism to meet the immediate needs of our staff, to prevent, loss of pay because of COVID or whatever. Are we talking like a moratorium, like a temporary suspension of that language, or like strike it forever?
Yeah, I would be curious as we go through each of these and talk about them, like what are the mechanics? And how can we do it to not make it overly complicated, right? Because I referenced at our last meeting, you will have people who, and I think, the majority of what we're talking about here is people who've had to take a lot of leave related or connected to COVID-19. There will be other individuals, though, who that's not the reason why they've exhausted their leave. And so, we're not going to have a perfect sieve for that, but like, is there a way to account for that without making it overly complicated? Is it just an application? So I think, it might be helpful to flesh out how each of these would actually work.
I think that's a good point. I think when you're fleshing it out, keep in mind that the criteria that you all learned in IBB and you sort of apply instinctually is it feasible? Feasible and manageable?
Yeah.
Is it affordable? It was the FAB, feasible, affordable, and beneficial, meaning does it meet the interest? But I will say that I've heard the issue of, I'm going to use this phrase, but it sounds as though I'm also hearing the issue of equity come up, meaning, like Dr. Schumacher said a couple of times, for this situation, it wouldn't make sense to do that. And what about the people who did this, right? Is the issue of equity one that you would want to add to criteria or no?
Once again, I'm going to say it's a really complicated issue because there are people that when the last year and a half was that you had to quarantine or isolate just for a positive possible exposure. I mean, all the rules have changed now, but so really over 2 years, people had to do 10 days just at risk of an exposure. And then there might be somebody who on day 9 tested positive and then they were out again. And so I understand there's always people that game the system, but I think we have to approach this from not worrying about the outliers and worrying about in general. That's just my opinion.
So and I completely understand that. So let's say we're talking about the mechanics of the second possible solution. Can you remind me, Dr. Schumacher, how does somebody apply for that? Because I'll just tell you, I always get nervous when there's this, it's up to the discretion of this person. As the lawyer, I like rules, right? And so sometimes you just say, everyone gets it. Well, is that too much of a floodgate opening is my question? Or do we want to try, would there be parameters?
Yeah, it's a good question. So to answer the first part of your question, the way that it's worked in the past and the way it's working up until today is that a staff member makes a request to the HR office. They write a letter to the board requesting why they need additional sick leave and request time from the sick leave bank. The max that they can request under the provision is 20 days per fiscal year, and the max that the board can award total for the year is 250. So we get the request, we tell them we will submit it to the board on their behalf, and we tell them whether or not we're going to recommend it or not. And so again, to your point, it makes us the good guy or the bad guy, right? I mean, we're kind of the gatekeeper because the board doesn't. The board isn't set up to vote like yes or no, up or down on your particular request. They're voting on our recommendation.
On the recommendation.
So, like recently, we told someone that we will submit this on your behalf, but we're not going to recommend it to the board. Now they can, go against our recommendation, but that's how it works. So, if the way that I see it working, if we were to do something like either temporarily suspend the short-term disability piece of this or to strike it forever, is it would operate the same way, right? Our office would continue to take on requests, and we would still have the limit of 250. To my belief, Russ has budgeted for 250 as a max, right? That could take place. And the max that someone could request would be 20. And we would try to work with that staff member like we've done so far with the 2 that have been approved. We've said, hey, what's a reasonable amount, to get you through the rest of the year? And so it's been like 5 or 6.
Okay.
I have a question about that. When you said Russ has budgeted 250, does Russ budget 250 based on the sub-cost, or does he budget 250 based on the fact that they carry leave time on the books?
I don't know that answer to that question, but again, I'm assuming he has 250 budgeted because, that's the max the board could award in a year. But I will tell you, in my 7 years, we've done it 5 times maybe. So
That's part of his annual budgeting, and those 250 days have been around for quite a while. So I think it's just part of his annual budgeting process to account for those sub days.
I'm just thinking about when you're costing out all your options, I think you're going to have to ask Russ some questions.
Yeah, so, then I think that raises the question of if we only have 250 and we're talking about making it from, potentially now through the end of the school year, is that enough to solve the problem? Or could we say, if it's for this special reason, there'd be a max, like a cap for each person based on what you have with these 2 scenarios?
Yeah, the cap is 20 if we just keep the language that's in there. And the reason, to me, the way that I've interpreted this language is it was put in at whenever to assist employees for really outstanding, critical issues that are happening in their life. Typically cancers is the one that we've taken this to them with. And I would hate, I don't want to say that. So I think we need to be careful if we completely strike the short-term disability piece forever, because again, the intent was, this person has no other options, right? And this is the way for the district to help them because they have no other options.
Sorry, I'm fogged up with my glasses. I think the short-term disability piece in there in non-extreme pandemic times serves a purpose. And as Jill said, and as Mike mentioned, somebody can still request from the board, even if they have short-term disability, and it may be in some cases a really extreme, maybe it's someone's second round with cancer or something in a year, and so they've already used up their short-term disability. So they, there may be a weird situation then that would catch. I think the sick bank has served us well, and I think we have a high percentage of people that take short-term disability. They're planning for that. So I don't know if we keep this in that, remove that language for, this contract year to be revisited depending on.
I would support that. I think that's appropriate for suspending it based on the pandemic through this school year. If we have to revisit it, I think it would be a much shorter discussion if the pandemic continued to go back to this, if it continues to work. If we need to look at it more, I think we can cross that bridge when we get there.
I would suggest that we keep it through the 22-23 contract year, because like last year, one of the reasons why we haven't revisited COVID is we settled our contract last year in early June, and we were all vaccinated, and we thought things were turning around, and it really wasn't even until fall that it got to be that way, and then we have to reconvene this team and all that. I think, it's just a good stopgap, gives us a year to figure that out.
Is my understanding, if it were a decision to go through 22-23, that this would strictly and solely be based on the pandemic and COVID need only?
Yes, because people who have short-term disability, if they can still write a letter to the board, and their circumstance might be one we can't imagine.
That's correct.
So they could still do that. The board's not obligated to do anything with it, but they still have that option.
But these are still case-by-case scenarios, is that correct?
Exactly. Everything with sick bank
is your
is
understanding?
Yeah, and yes, and we can continue to operate in the way in which we do. I would like us to have an understanding, publicly here that when the HR team denies a request or doesn't recommend the board approve something, that we're doing so because we're trying to save days for those folks who potentially may truly need it because of COVID and to prevent them from being docked this year, not as a way to, unless that's not what we want to do, because I could see us burning through 250 days pretty quickly.
Well, and here's what's unfortunate is that nobody can apply through the district for short-term disability now. It wouldn't be in effect till January. So even people who are trying to do that now, they don't have that stopgap. I mean, unless there's no qualifying event to reopen your benefits. So
Is there a way you can put in like which short-term disability claim wouldn't apply or wouldn't be, you know what I mean? So then that would kind of catch the people who like couldn't use a second round of it because they've already used their short-term disability within the calendar year or.
That's what I'm, like, this is amazing that we have almost half of our staff electing short-term disability. And wouldn't it save some of those days if for some people we're just filling in the, like, is there a way where some who have that benefit can use it, but we hold them harmless, therefore not using a full day for every day they're out? I don't know what triggers short-term, like, I don't know if you've had to take repeated COVID leaves for
I was
yourself.
gonna say, so like a 3-day, if I had to take 3 days, I could ask for something, but 5 days.
you have to go 5 days without
Unpaid.
pay, and then it can't be intermittent with short-term.
Okay.
So our problem now is that we have people that, you wake up with a fever, you can't take short-term disability, but this is one of those people who's thinking, well, I know I should not go to school with a fever, but this is going to cost me $350 to stay home. Or as my children always chose to do at 6:45 in the morning, that's when they would throw up, so.
All right, Tuesday.
Yeah, so that's kind of where I think the people that I've been hearing from, it's really a lot of concern about, just what would happen if my child got sick or if I got sick. Not thinking long-term days, but just a day here, a day there.
Well, and Dr. Schumacher, if we had something in there that said where short-term disability wouldn't apply, would that help with you guys with explaining, well, this is why we potentially wouldn't recommend?
Yeah, I'm thinking, Jill, you mentioned that you have some samples of what other districts have done as far as making a formal request for, what are they calling it, COVID days or something like that?
Yeah, they have like qualifying conditions, and then they've listed some stuff. I can.
Can you read that
I mean, is it
out?
okay if I share it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or do you want me to put on the screen?
I mean, I think we just wouldn't want to
Turn my mic.
disincentivize people from using the benefit who have it. Right? So whatever solution we have, we just wouldn't want to, if you could use it, and it's, we still want to incentivize people to use that benefit, because that is,
I guess I'm trying to think as we're talking here. I wonder if we could have our old mechanism where they request just a letter to the board for those outstanding reasons like we've done in the past, like cancer, whatever. And then we have a form where we're still going to use the sick leave bank, but this is going to be expressly for COVID, right? And we'll still dip into the same bank, but instead of making the request to the board, you're going to fill out this form and you're going to declare why, how many days, or, I mean, the mechanism we can figure out. But.
Dr. Schumacher, and I want you to ask it, is this for COVID only? So COVID need only, is it one, using it for days needed because you're off for COVID sickness or quarantine, or is it two, use it for days that you're needed where you've exhausted your own time for COVID sick leave or quarantine, or both?
I don't know if that's a Mike decision. I mean, I think that's what we're talking
No,
about.
I mean, in terms of what you all are talking about, I think it's important to clarify. When you talk about for COVID.
I think it's the second one, because
for days
that's.
needed for non-COVID issues, but you're out of days because of
COVID or non-COVID, I mean, because people could have COVID again or someone else in their family, but the bottom line is they've exhausted their, I mean, you maybe didn't have COVID, but what if you had to have an emergency appendectomy? So that took 9 of your days, and then you got COVID.
Oh, so either way, I see.
Yeah. I mean, I don't want to, and I don't think people should have to go too deep into their personal health reasons as to why they took those days.
But that is where it gets tricky, and I think both groups would agree to that. I mean, those are we could go over scenarios like that throughout the rest of our negotiations to go over those. So that, I think that's where it's so tricky to find the appropriate wording. If it is COVID related, even though it wasn't earlier, but now it is on day 10. So the whole year was great until they get to May and then they get COVID and they're out for 5 days and out 5 days of pay. It gets tricky to come up with that wording. It does.
I think it's important that you guys do figure out how is this manageable and how is it feasible. However, I think that you should probably figure it out for a couple of your solutions. You may have some solutions that meet the interest that aren't this tricky. Or a combination of, I don't know.
Yeah, I do think it should be a combination of, because that last one, I think, is still something that would really benefit, that'd be a really good part of a solution.
You all haven't explored reinstating COVID-related sick days.
No.
You all have not explored just providing additional sick days, whether it be temporary or permanent. I'm not saying I prefer one of those. It's not my decision, you know. I'm just saying that you could spend a lot of time thinking about feasibility and manageability on the most complicated solution, and you haven't realized that maybe the least complicated solution could do the trick for you.
I'm going to speak for myself, I guess, of like, I think that there are others that could be potentially less complicated, but financially a lot more expensive. And
Okay.
so then it's the balancing act of, is it more complicated, but doesn't have as hefty of a price
Right.
tag involved?
There are 248 budgeted people. I don't know, the 250 that aren't, 2 out of 250 got used. The money's sitting there.
11 and a half
11,
days have been
yeah.
used.
Oh, okay.
Can we kind of, we know where we're going on this, can we keep moving down the solutions? And then if we decide we need to come back, we can come back to that one?
And I put the language in
Thank you.
our folder.
Now, Dr. Schumacher mentioned it, that if we are looking specifically at removing the language temporarily or at some point there for option 2, at what point do we know that 250 days is not enough? And when do we need to think about extending that 1 year, 2 years? There may be some cost involved with that option as well.
And I guess I was thinking too that this is just me talking for myself. I mean, I'm going to be really willing to agree to more than one thing so long as there's no more cost to it, right? So like if we wanted to do this and allow people to borrow from future leave and think like not just one solution, but multiple solutions that don't cost the district any additional money, I think is going to be a lot easier to sell.
Anything that's a win-win like that.
Right.
Yeah. That's true. I did ask Russ, I don't know if anyone else has talked to him about that last solution. He gave me kind of a look that was like, I'm tired just from you talking about it, but he said it could be done. I think that's something we might have to discuss later once we know if that's going to be, because I don't know when the presentation on SR3 is. I think, but that's something we could definitely talk. Russ said it was feasible. It would just take a lot of energy, a lot of work, basically. But it's something that, you know, once we know what that is and the amount of that, I think it's something that this team could discuss.
Did they not give a presentation about ESSER 3 funds?
They did a
was what
presentation
I-
on the community feedback, right?
I think they approved it.
They approved.
They approved it
Oh,
at
the
the
budget's
last
been
2 board meetings ago, I believe.
Okay, and was there a number on,
There was a total number.
a total number? So there has been funds budgeted, we just don't know which staff and what amount.
It looked like it was a similar amount to last
Okay,
time.
okay.
So, I mean,
So we're talking the same magnitude probably. So that's potentially something we could even talk about today. Since we know that's not a question mark
What
anymore.
was the last year amount?
$600 per staff member.
paid out in August?
It's
September?
paid out in September. I
September,
believe.
okay.
The one above that, remember when you're brainstorming and solving, you're not supposed to censor yourself? Like, don't be afraid it's too expensive. Don't be afraid it's not doable. Still talk about it. And then decide together, based on transparency, is it too expensive, right? But on that reinstate COVID-related sick days, I think at some point somebody has to knock Ruff's door and say, is the only cost related to adding sick days, is the only cost sub-cost? And I know that's expensive, but it could be even more expensive if there's also a cost related to just carrying the leave time as a value on the books. I think to cost this out, you're going to have to find that out.
And if it's been budgeted that way in the last 4 or 5 years, we haven't used it, somewhere that money went, you know. I'm sure it might have been spent for something else, but I will bring up what Wichita did. They were able to negotiate that last fall because they were still negotiating. But 10 days, but they were to be reinstated as they were used. So I, for example, took no COVID day this year. I didn't get 10 additional days. But Jill had COVID and she missed 7 days. So hypothetically, this is all hypothetically. So at the end of the year, those 7 days would be replenished in her sick bank. That's just their days. I know that KCK, I think, is working with 5 days. I don't know what Lawrence did. You maybe figured that out, Jill. But some of that is
We're still discussing that one,
no harm, no foul.
Yeah.
So,
I think. USD 491, which one's that? That's 491. They do a maximum of 10, like additional.
And you're only talking about the reinstate COVID-related sick, right?
Thank you, Eudora, and then Lansing, I think it was also up to 10. But like you said, it's reinstated if you had been using them because of COVID-related.
Lindsay, back on that converting retention to leave, and last year was approximately 600. For the average teacher, how many leave days is that?
Well, that depends, I feel like. Because, like, okay, you can sell them back for $50 a day, which is what you were talking about, Mike, was that's like the low end of the cost.
You have to figure.
But a sub, their rate is $135, and then you were saying there's an administrative cost with it. But then there's also several teachers that when they take a day, they don't require a sub, so then you wouldn't have that cost for the sub, right? So that's why it's kind of tricky, and I think that was a discussion we were wanting to have.
I was just, you guys are moving on to talking about examples of reinstating COVID-related sick.
Right.
But I was trying to finalize my notes on converting retention
Right.
bonus to leave. And if we reverted retention bonus to leave, there's no current language that has a calculation for that, correct?
It would be about 4 days. It's about $175 a day for a substitute. I don't want to approximately.
Three and a half.
Three
I
and a
think
half.
it's important to talk to Russ before you continue with your calculations. Maybe because I've bargained contracts for a whole lot, or maybe I was just like, had the wool pulled over my eyes, but I was always under the understanding that even places that don't hire subs have to hold a cost on the books for leave time.
Correct.
Okay, so we don't know what that is.
and I think too, when we get to that, we have to discuss, because there is a difference between 50, 175,
Right.
and then,
So is your conversion based on sub cost, or is it based on what you make every day? I think these are important questions if we want to move through the approximate cost and feasibility of each. And I was wanting to move on to what you guys are moving on to, the approximate cost and feasibility, but I feel like we hadn't finalized the approximate cost and feasibility on the converting retention. Not that it's your only solution, but it could be a piece of a solution.
Right.
So I don't want you to think that, how much time we spend on costing out each is an indication of which one is better. It's just that you have to have all the info to decide what's your combination of solutions,
Right.
And I would agree. And the 50 is pretty much just kind of a bonus. Nobody has to sell those days back. They can continue to roll over and even save till retirement, which would add on to your capers in total if you continue to save those.
But again, it's a cost to the district, whether now or
Exactly.
20 years from now.
Correct.
Yeah.
So
But
on
it's an
the,
option. They don't have to sell them back.
so on surface, the value of $600 is about 3 to 4 days per teacher, depending on what you make. Okay, and then we don't know.
Can we assume though that that's not the number? Because it's somewhere between 175 and 50. Because,
You're talking about
Well-
the sub cost, right? I was talking about what a teacher makes.
I don't think we.
it's not based on what a teacher makes.
But I would think that if I was getting a $600 bonus and I want to change it for time off for a teacher that's not running a budget and not paying for the sub, just what is the value that he or she is exchanging?
Correct.
We had talked-
They're
didn't we
making
talk-
more than, a teacher's making more than 175 a day. So if they cashed out 3.5, they would technically, I see where you're going.
If a
with
teacher
that,
makes
Russ.
$200 a day, then the equivalent for the teacher, regardless of what the district pays, that's a separate question for us.
Okay,
But the
explain to me
equivalent-
when a teacher ever gets to cash out for more than $50 a day.
No, I'm talking about cashing out. I think you were referring to the
Converting.
the converting.
But that dollar amount you're going for, a teacher will never see. So the equivalent isn't there. The equivalent, to me, is a day off or $50 at the end of the year or when I retire.
Okay. I'm going to stop being hung
Unless
up on
it's
the
done.
details and calculating things properly, and I
Correct.
think that we're just going to spend more time coming back and having Russ calculate this stuff.
Well, I mean, if you took 250 times 175, it's $43,000. I mean, if you're wondering how much that part of it cost. So, I mean, there's probably the budget line item.
Yeah, and Russ would be able to get into more details, but there's simply a line item in the budget for sub-cost. And we try to guess, each year on how much that's going to be, and we've gone over the budgeted amount for the last 3 years. But it's not we don't try to calculate it based on teacher salary or anything like that. It's just how much it costs us per day to put a sub in the building.
But I guess I'll say this, isn't the retention payment based on a teacher's,
No.
No.
the retention payment's not based on sub-cost?
It's a flat
No.
rate for every.
Right, but I'm saying it's based on the fact that you're giving the teachers a value in their paycheck. I think that there's just a culture here of thinking things from a different view, and I'm going to stop. I'm thinking about what is the teacher's value for $600. You all are thinking about how much are they going to have to spend to replace me. I think a retention bonus is about what is a value that you're giving to a teacher. And I think that if you think about, I'm going to exchange my retention because it's a value, it's money I can spend. It's money I can spend. $600 is money you can spend. And if you were going to trade it for days off, you're thinking about trading it for the cost of a sub. I would think about what is the value I'm losing based on my income. I don't know. It's a different view. I think it's best if I shut up. Or I'm going to sound real pro-teacher.
Well, I mean,
Right? I mean, I'm just saying, it's like,
Well,
Yeah,
and
I
I
don't
think that feeds into the other argument of the $50 and how it hasn't changed, and there isn't a lot of value in it except for that last of retiring, because I
Yeah.
can take $50 later, or I can have a day off. In that thought process.
right, so
that,
you're
like-
thinking your day off is worth $50. Truth is, the money you learn, right? I mean, in that case, a day off would be worth $50, but you make much more than that in a day. So
That's
I was just
the
thinking,
point.
how do you convert the retention bonus to days off? I was instinctually just saying, okay, how much do you make a day? But that's not how you all think about it.
I don't think that's pro-teacher. They would have less days if
right.
you calculated it that way.
Well, I would have different amount of days than a new.
Yeah.
newer
Oh, yeah,
teacher.
I see.
I'm trying to understand. I thought the original concept of this was so that teachers don't lose money from being deducted.
Correct.
Yeah.
And so we've kind of gotten off on a tangent that originally this was coming about for teachers that have burned their sick days, and we have a 250-day bank that we're replenishing that, so they're not being deducted or penalized. And I think we've kind of detoured on
Well, I
what the
think that-
original.
This solution was about giving them more time back in their bank by selling their retention away, right? Selling their retention money.
Like,
for
for
time.
some people, I think having, even if it's 3.5 days in their bank for future use is more valuable to them than a $600 check.
I think that's very reasonable.
And so
agree.
I think,
I think it was your
I don't
solution,
think it's
actually,
going to
last
be
time.
a single, I don't think it's definitely
Linda.
not a standalone solution. I think it would have to pair with something else to meet the needs now and, help people for the future.
Also, too, I think that helps with people who used up their bank, have nothing, but also for those people who are trying to be responsible and want to have more days for just in case,
So I think we're none of us are in the rest pay grade, and he has to figure this out, no?
I sent him
Or
an
do you guys need to have a
email.
concept that
I don't know
you
when
need
he'll
him to
get back to me. I sent him an email just kind of at how do we budget for these leave days? How do we calculate the cost of a single leave day for a certified staff member? Because I do think that data is going to be.
But I see what you're saying, the $50 a day could work more beneficial to a teacher, but again, you guys need to think about the overall picture. If
I think-
$50 a day with $600 is how many days?
I think we'd have a hard time
That's,
agreeing on that number. I'm just.
yeah, no, I'm just trying to figure out cost. It's not about can you do it or not. I'm just trying to figure out the process of costing your stuff out. It's difficult right now.
Do we know currently how that works? If we're historically never using the 250 from the board's bank, did that money,
It's
was
reabsorbed.
budgeted and then it goes somewhere else, I'm assuming?
Correct. We'd have to talk with Russ about that,
Okay.
because I don't know what he does with that budget on that piece of it.
Well, and going back to what you said of like, the amount of money for that is, I mean, if we're looking at the overall budget, that's a freaking pennies, of like, is there some rounding of some ESSER money that could pad this, the board leave, I feel like there's a lot of going around over
Well, I think.
something that's a lower amount.
I think you're exactly right, and I think the districts that you brought up guessing, they probably accounted for that in their ESSER money. Our ESSER money went for the $600, which came out to a little over or just under $2 million out of the ESSER funds. So the money was elected to be used in giving teachers that retention pay as opposed to the days. So that's kind of, that's only a guess, because I can't speak for Eudora or Wichita or Lawrence or whatever another district has done, but that's just a guess.
So on this idea of converting retention pay to leave, yes, Russ has to figure it out, but don't you all have to figure out what you want him to figure out?
It would be
Like-
very challenging. I think we could pull it off if that were an option for a solution, but it would be very tricky because we're crossing into a different year, and then replenishing back the days is that what I'm hearing you say or think about?
That's right.
Adding 3.5 or 4 or whatever that looks like to that.
I think the replenish was just wasn't that what Wichita does?
Yeah, there's two of them. The reinstate would be for people that had used days because of COVID. And then the last one is more of like everyone's going to get the $600, then you choose, would you rather have the 600 or so many days? So yeah, they're two, so they're
But
separate.
You all haven't said $600 or blank days. In other words, you haven't said yet what you want to figure the cost of. You haven't said yet if someone wanted to trade some of their 600, or do they have to trade all of it?
Right, that's another
So-
question.
Right, so I'm saying we could move, if you guys just
It's like 1
want
day,
to.
$400.
So just a process question. You guys just want to skirt through each one of them to trigger some interest, or do you actually want to try to figure out something solid on each one of them to go back and see which one's affordable? Because if you're wanting to figure out a solid way to make something feasible, then you're not past the COVID convert retention to leave yet. You're still
Right.
talking about that.
And I also think, just from conversations from that board meeting where they passed ESSER money, there is other money, not a lot of it, but there's money designated for HVAC that could come from capital outlay, could come from bond money. So I hate to lock into this. We don't even know what the retention amount was going to be. We're just assuming it was what it was last year. And maybe it would be a little bit higher this year in light of what some neighboring districts have given. Or, so I hate to limit ourselves to, I think that's something that this table needs to come back with a suggestion. We may not get to this right away, but for us just to say, we're happy with the $600 3.5 days. I don't think we fleshed that out. So I hate for that to be, that's just our notes, but that's not what we're ready to
You're
settle with and
suggesting
go with.
maybe table the discussion until that number is known?
Well, no, I think we need to go through our issues and see if this is the solution or part of the combination we do. And then,
You're saying exactly what I was saying. You guys need to decide the value of the $600, but you're not sure that it's 600. So for now, my notes, I don't know about yours, Lindsay, on the flip chart, because eventually I think we all need a visual on this, is that, convert the retention to leave. $600 is questionable. Is it 3 to 4 days per teacher? And I'm going to make a note, you all need to decide the value at some point. If you're
because
gonna come back.
also I think we need to be looking at it from a little bit of what's the number of days? You know what I mean? We're so locked into, well, financially, this is what we can do within the budget, zero cost, whereas ideally we might be saying, what do we have to do to get to 5 days? Because that is the minimum isolation days that somebody took. So I just, I think that we need to be open, broadening our solution and not just zoning in on, oh, well, this is based on last year's number. Well, what if this year's number was going to be higher and we don't know that? Or,
Right, got it.
what do we think as a group is a viable number of days that we feel like people should have? What can we agree to? So that's just what I'm saying there. I don't want to get locked into that 3.5, 175, it's just like, no, let's.
So it sounds like, just process-wise, you guys kind of want to skim through each one to just discuss the things you're going to hash through if you need to really cost it out and make a decision. You're not really going to figure out all the details on each one right now. Am I right about that? Mm-hmm. Okay. So then your third one, Jill, you were moving us to. The third one, even though it's not third on the list, that was reinstate COVID days.
Right.
And you had some examples of districts?
Yes, and they are in the negotiations team shared folder, 22, 23. I didn't put them in a folder, within a folder. I think Lindsay's going to open up.
But last time we asked Dr. Shoemaker, was there a way to figure out when people were off for COVID? In other words, the feasibility of reinstating COVID days, how do you guys identify when people were off on COVID was one thing. I'm not arguing against it because it's not my place to. I'm asking the questions that may come up.
Yeah, last year we developed a special code that we would use to track those days, those, I forget the acronym now, EPSL, yep, EPSL days. So there's still that mechanism in there. So yes, there's a way to track those.
Okay, so how to identify?
But we haven't done it this year, so there's not a way to pull this year's information.
So this is an MOU from Lansing, and they first talked about how employees had to be fully vaccinated, and they talked about how they should stay home for these reasons. Open this back up. Yeah. Then it talks about paid leave, employees unable to work for any of the qualifying conditions set forth up there. Then they can be granted 10 days of paid leave. After the first 10 days of COVID-19 related leave are used, the teacher would then be charged at a rate of half a day per day for COVID-19 related leave.
So, like their leave or whatever, they'd only be charged
Half a day per day, if it was COVID-19 related.
So that could be a retro solution, no?
Yeah. They are encouraged to notify the district. They would have confidential methods for doing so. Let's see. They cannot qualify for the benefit if they chose to travel to a location on the updated list of travel locations that require quarantine. Which, I mean, because this was back in, what, the fall? Or, well, maybe the end, yeah.
Yeah, it was in August.
Yeah.
I don't
I
know
think
how we
that's-
would manage retroactively doing this.
I was going to say, these were all in place
Yeah.
beforehand, so that makes it really
Right.
hard
I just
because
wanted to show
people
you.
didn't, which is good and maybe something, in future pandemics. None of us are around for,
Don't
but-
put that in the world, Linda.
Yeah, sorry, low humor, dark humor there, but,
But the idea that's up here, that's reinstate COVID leave days, you could reinstate 50% is the equivalent of doing that retroactively.
We would have no way of knowing whether or not Jill took 5 days for COVID leave or whether she was in Hawaii.
Right, well, that's what I'm saying.
Well,
It's like,
that's
how do
not-
you identify?
Or for appointments for her child or
And does
something
that
like
go back to how do you identify? Because last year you coded it, but this year you didn't?
Right?
Yes. We
Right,
had
so-
no reason to code them differently this
We
year.
just don't have a system. So
Everything
something like
is-
this would have to be completely on our system. And
Yeah, and with 2,000 employees, I don't know how.
And right now, we're just saying what it would take, right? Because then we're going to stick all these up on the board, and you're going to probably mark out the ones that are just, not doable.
Okay, yep.
But right now, I think get the information out on what you need to be thinking about to determine if they're even feasible, right?
Sounds
Right.
good.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. This seems more like something that would help you going forward as opposed to, okay. There's another one.
But a possible solution we could have, like going back to kind of the issue statement of how do we ensure that staff are not financially penalized, that's not up there, is what if we had a specific sick pool for COVID days? Like I don't need 20 days because of a severe illness that, and you can, because you talked about wanting to protect that for those, but I need 3 days because I did exhaust for COVID. So
Which
just-
I think in the future is feasible to look at, but right now we still have numerous days in the board banks. So until those are exhausted, I think it's difficult to even bring up the other, because we've used how many days out of the board bank?
11.
11 out of 250. So I think there's still ample opportunity for people with legitimate COVID concerns, whether it be with their children or whether it be with them personally, to be able to withdraw from that just going through the proper procedures. I just think they're still there. They're accounted for, they're budgeted in.
Got rid of
and-
the short-term disability part.
Correct. If we
Right.
suspend the short-term disability for a limited time based on the pandemic, I think we can at least give us a start in the right direction with that.
Yeah, I am moving in favor of like a combination of that and the last one, if we can come back to, what that number would be.
For the retention pay?
Yes.
So between the board bank, the suspending of the short-term disability, and the possible options of a retention pay, whether it's there or how much it is based on, how much it would be, correct?
Right.
Okay.
I like that too, and to maybe even take a three-pronged approach, and I don't know what the association's feeling of this is, but I had thrown out the idea of borrowing against future leave as another option that someone could tap into.
so like maybe we are talking about somebody who if they were to do an application, their leave wouldn't all be COVID. They maybe didn't plan appropriately or something like that. That would be a way that then they could have another option for additional leave days.
Right. So they've used the sick leave or whatever, and then they still need some more leave, and they come to the HR office and they say, I want to borrow 5 days against next year. And we allow them to do that. Or if we agree to the ESSER funds, whatever those days end up being, staff now have 3 ways to protect them against being docked.
if you do that, and they could borrow against, and then if we agreed to ESSER days that would add in, we wouldn't
Right.
have to try to add so many days to everybody's sick bank this year. That would maybe help our payroll department saying, hey, those
Agreed.
days are going to come in.
It's going to be a nightmare to try and convert the retention pay to days. I'm not saying it couldn't be done. I'm just saying it's going to be extremely challenging. I have talked with Russ on that topic. It'll be very challenging.
I do think we have to figure out a way to give more days.
I think you guys.
However that comes from.
You all are starting to corral around your favorite solutions or the ones you can see happening, but you really haven't hashed through all of them. Can we take a pause and mark out the ones you're not interested in hashing through then? But you were all talking about borrowing against future days. The things you need to think about there is there a maximum amount people can borrow against? Is it only if they didn't qualify for the bank thing? Like, the details on that need to be worked out.
Can I share a concern with that? Because I know some concern has been raised around people potentially not planning well with their usage of their days. And so then we're giving people more leeway to plan poorly with their
digging.
leave days. So it's handing someone who's maxed out a credit card another credit
I don't
card.
necessarily disagree with you, but I'm
And
just,
also, is that borrowing just
I
temporary?
just want to share that that's a concern.
So the borrowing against future, the
Yeah.
questions are, is there a max? Is it temporary? What are the details in terms of any restrictions, right?
Well, and also, I think adding to that conversation about what a pain it would be to try and add 3 days back of like, how many people are, if it's only 50 people choosing that option, is that big of a pain versus,
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
We'd have to get in the weeds on that,
Yeah.
and I'd have to have a further discussion with
Yeah.
Russ. I do believe we could pull it off, not that it wouldn't cause some gray hairs or headaches, but we could
we
probably.
got a little bit of room left.
I know,
Guys,
not
we're
not
gonna,
much.
we are gonna have break in 5 minutes. I know I'm taking a lot of initiative to insert questions and to take notes. I don't want you to use your whole darn day on this, and it could be that way easily. So I am escalating the conversation in a little bit more of a challenging way, and I apologize for that, but I can see this could really eat up time. But we do have break in 5 minutes, and so, you know, if Lindsay, if you can go back to the ideas under the solution page, and you've already talked pretty extensively about the idea of removing the short-term disability issue from the bank. You've talked pretty extensively about converting the retention to leave days. You haven't gotten into what that equation would be. And now Jill, I think, is not done telling us about the examples on reinstating COVID days. You know, you've talked about, you know, how do you identify those days, and we've talked about the Lansing example. And then you have not talked extensively, but you have had some conversation about borrowing against future days, and it sounds like there's some pros and cons. There would have to be some detail on that. What is left on the solution list that you guys still need to look at, or is there anything on the solution list that comes off?
Incentivize banking days. And I don't know if this works in our solution now, but it kind of is something to be thinking about, if not this session, this year, another year, about how to think about controlling sub-costs and sub-shortages. I think Jay alluded to it, that, you know, the $50 that you can buy back that day is not a huge incentive. I know that Olathe School District allows teachers to turn in 2 days a year back that they don't use, and they go in their bank as 4. So that is
Our snow days.
what'd you say?
I said it's like our snow days.
Yeah, it's like their snow days. So what it does is it encourages people, hey, don't burn them all, you know, don't use them all. And it also is kind of, if you will, a reward for those who do conscientiously try to do things. Just an idea. It's a difference between someone costing the district $175 versus $50.
And it seems like it's a more indirect way and a long-term way to look at this issue.
Yeah.
The other thing you all had on here is just provide additional days, and you had donate, allow people to donate into the bank. The provide additional days, I think, is the one you guys are feeling like, we will never be able to budget that. I don't know. I'm just saying, does that come off the list, or is it something you explore? That's just increased sick time, right? Isn't that what that was?
I think that's hard to do when we have 239 days sitting in a bank for people to use. And if we're talking about this specifically related to a pandemic, I think, again, it's easy to go off in a different direction as opposed to focusing on a pandemic.
I just wonder too if it's a good use of our resources that we have available, right? And is that how our teachers want us to use resources, to give everyone X number of days? Because there's a cost, right? I mean, it's got to come off of the bottom line.
You guys have a lot of robust ideas here going that you could probably piece together. I'd say after break, come back and decide if you take off this blanket provide additional days. Come back and decide if you take that off or leave it on, and if you don't find a solution to the other ways, look at it. And then this donate into the bank, allow people to donate, and retirement donations, is that something you want to get into detail on today? Or is that something that was just a nice supplement to whatever solutions you do come up with?
I think it could be a nice supplement to a solution we'd come up with, because if people do start using the board's bank
Yeah.
and it starts decreasing, this could be a way to build it back up.
And just note on retirement, I think you guys said you already had some language, but it wasn't clear. So that just may be a housekeeping. So guys, can I also ask that when we come back from break, can we come up with the thing that you can ask Russ to calculate? And I'm totally assuming Russ is on call for us, but maybe over lunch, Russ can do some of this stuff and
Yeah.
you know, so that if you come back from break, drill down a little bit more on the ones that you are contemplating, and then by lunch, maybe you can just see if Russ can at least come back to you all and tell you what it's going to take, even if it's not specific dollar amounts.
Right.
And I'm just trying to keep this one from dominating our whole day, but it's important, so I don't want to shortcut it. I'm just trying to move it a little more efficiently. You guys, when we come back from break, we also need to hear more reinstate COVID examples from Jill. It is 10 o'clock.
Okay. Bathroom. Turn it back.
What time are we coming back?
10:20?
like I was on the news or something. I'm a 1.
5, 4, 3.
Yeah.
I'm glad we could experience that with you. I know. Secondary weather reporter.
That's right.
Yeah.
That would be, wouldn't that be a great job? I think they get their hair done every day, they make it done every day.
You don't ever have to be
Free
right.
clothes. You just read off a screen.
Yeah, I was close 90% of the time.
Okay, so Jill, you said that, what were you saying?
Just that Stephanie wasn't sure if she was going to be back right at 10:20, and so she taped these up on the front. The first one over on the left that says bank, that's the one we were talking about with the Board of Education's sick leave assistance bank. I think when she wrote on there, increased cap number of people, 250 budgeted, maybe she was thinking it's 250 people at that, but it's 250 days. So I think that's just a miscommunication there. So that was one that we were talking about. The convert retention to leave, we're still, looking at what that would be. Reinstate the COVID days. I guess we only showed one example of language, but that is something that would be kind of going forward as opposed to retro.
Okay.
And I only have language from Eudora and Lansing, but then Wichita and KCK also had some agreements with theirs. I think it's good to have, because I think that it's something that would help in the future if this was another exciting year in
Like
another
if we're
variant.
looking into next school year.
Right.
And it's looking like it could be like the past.
Right.
To have something like that, we now know we would really need to pull together because we don't have a
Right.
system in place that would be necessary for those types of solutions to be implemented.
Yeah, and I really, thinking back, when we did settle in May and June, like that was literally when people were dropping like the mask mandates citywide, and
Yes.
we were all
With the false hope.
rose-colored glasses on. Yeah, so there's that. The ones over on the right, those were ones that we could possibly drop if we didn't think that they were something that we would be using to solve the current issue that we've brought up with holding people harmless.
Okay.
So yeah,
I'm
I'm trying to decide where to go from
So,
here.
right, so I think either do we want to try and talk through more specific mechanics of the solutions that we're sort of circling around, or do we want to have Russ come in and provide some financial information first?
What do we need from Russ? Do we just need to see if it's possible to convert the retention pay 2 days, or do we want him to explain where the 250 days in the past, where that goes? I'm guessing it goes right, it's got to go back into the general operations fund. But is that what you'd like me to get him for?
I can, when I went back there, I said the questions we had: how do you budget? Where are leave days accounted for in the budget? Was one question we had. How would you calculate the cost of trading in a leave day for all or part of the retention payment? Feasibility of that, which I think, is something we would need to know. And I would have a question about, is it feasible to do partial? Like, could you say I want to get 1.5 and take the rest? Or is that, what are the limits of what his department can reasonably do from an administrative headache standpoint?
I wouldn't even.
Anything else?
Yeah, and I've had someone else ask about that.
Yes or no?
Yeah. And I don't know. Is that going to be, I guess at some point too, you get this question of error, is that going to cause too many errors of trying to catch everybody who only partially flipped the switch versus people who wanted to switch it all the way on, so.
We got to see if he can do that in payroll. I can gladly grab him.
Yeah,
Sure.
those are the questions that I
Okay.
kind of came back to him and said that we had.
I would imagine giving people the ability to say, I want 1 day and the rest in a retention payment, like the administrative load on that would be
Well, and it could be
astronomical.
co-in with the summer, like the summer pay on how, you know, we get asked if we want it lump sum or do we want to get, you know, the 3 payments over the summer, you know? You could eat,
Might be a solution.
you know what I'm saying?
They just run, that's a little bit different. It may be a solution, but they just run all 3 of those payrolls at the same time.
Yeah.
So it's,
But I'm
like the
saying
mechanisms, it's just click, click,
the
click.
mechanism
Yeah.
could be attached to that or, and I think, I mean, to me, it'd be a freaking headache to be like, I want half a day back. No, it's like, do you want the retention or do you want days? I mean,
I imagine that's what he'll say, because then that is generating a payment to somebody or not generating a payment to somebody, but I have no idea. I have no idea how things work.
Would we have to put something on there that they couldn't turn around and sell them back then?
Well,
Like if they weren't used?
I mean, they would be at a loss.
Right, because they'd only
If-
sell them back for $50 a day.
Right.
Yeah,
I mean, if we're,
Bad
So actually, it'd be saving money for the district.
It can be a bad investment.
I know Stephanie kind of wanted us to talk through providing additional days. I feel like us as a team maybe feel more comfortable with some of the other ones and feel like they're much more feasible. Do we feel comfortable crossing off providing additional, like I don't want to jump the gun on anything, but I don't feel like we're getting a lot of traction around it.
it seems like it would need to go with compensation versus just with this
Right.
part of it. Because that doesn't seem to be answering this question related to COVID necessarily.
Well, I mean, I think Russ could share information on that, on like, how would that, like, let's say we gave 1 day, 2 days, how would that then impact, would that impact operating funds
Welcome
and to
back.
what degree?
Yeah.
Thank you for being available on short notice multiple times today.
And we're not done.
Russ is going to be like, when are you meeting next time? 'Cause I'm going to take a day off.
Typically, we're more formal on deciding who our guests will be, and then we give them lots of advance notice, but we're just walking all over you. So I don't know where to start in
well,
terms of,
number 1 is the board sick leave bank. How is it budgeted?
We budget that through just certified substitute line. So that,
So it's just a line item.
yeah, it just goes into our certified sub line. So if that bank is used, we have to pay for a sub, and it would come out of that line.
And if, I'm just speaking aloud here, if the board decided that they needed to increase that, they could do a fund transfer like anything else to increase that if they wanted to, if we needed.
Yeah, we would do a budget increase to that line.
Correct.
Do you every year make sure that that line item has enough in it for 250 additional sick days? Like if they were to use all 250 out of the board's sick
Yeah,
leave?
we do.
Okay.
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah, because he's contractually obligated.
Right. Are there years that you don't use it? Like, would it be left over in that line item if you
Gets
didn't?
re-encumbered, doesn't it?
Yeah, well, yeah, we budget it, and then if it's just not all spent, then that's just fallout, like we like
Right,
to call
right.
it,
Okay.
out of that budget line item.
But Russ, have we gone over recently on our substitute budget line?
We did, just was it 2 years, the first year that the pandemic where substitute costs really skyrocketed, and then we're monitoring pretty close this year because we're doing that Monday and Friday premium pay. So yeah, we're keeping a close eye on that. We are able to use a little bit of the ESSER money to pay for that premium pay. We'll identify those costs and calculate it and move that to ESSER.
And then I think the only other question was if we got to a point of offering either the retention bonus or staff could pick to have that retention bonus turned into days. Is that an option that your department could handle?
What does that look like for you in payroll? Is that possibility? That's-
It would be a manual process. We would have, you'd probably have to gather whatever your criteria is to be eligible to do it, right? And then you're gonna have to probably get that list of employees, and then we would manually have to go in and make those adjustments.
Would that be less burdensome if we said we were going to add it on to next year, so you'd have more months to do that process?
I don't know if I really can answer that.
Okay.
Either way would be a manual process. So if you added anything on to next year, we already have it programmed to roll and go.
And go.
If you tweak any of that, it would require manual process.
And I don't know how far off base I am. I mean, my logic says the majority of the people would take the money, and then there would be a small percentage that would want the days back.
I think that would be a philosophical point, as you made reference to. Is it worth $50, or is it worth me having a mental day of vacation, taking a day off?
Especially
So-
if they're going to be on maternity leave, they might want those days in their bank because that would be the difference between them getting paid or not.
Yeah, I think that number might be a little bit higher than you think for people who are thinking in the future, like you say. You know, it's $600 now, short-term gain, but that could be almost, whatever we settle with, could be another week home with a baby.
And currently, it's budgeted at $175 per day, correct?
The substitutes, yes.
So if this team were to develop a solution of this either or approach to a retention payment for next school year, what cost would you put on a day of additional leave?
If we're converting the retention payment into a day, I'd probably use the sub rate, $175 that you just mentioned, because that'd be our cost that we would have on the books to replace that sick day.
Okay.
So that would look like if a teacher opted for, let's say, 4.5 days. Let's just say that's a number. And they have 10 to start the year off with. And so we get to that September timeline. I don't know when they would have to make the decision by. I'm guessing in August-ish to decide, I would like to cash in that $600 for 4.5 days. You would not cut that check. No taxes would be taken out additionally. And you would add 4.5 days. So they would have 14.5 days available off for the school year.
I think we'd have to talk about that too.
I mean, like, does
Because-
it go into the bank?
Right.
As opposed to your current days?
Because the current days they can take as personal or illness. So I don't even know if I have an opinion, but would we then be saying they have 14.5 that they could take as personal?
Or would it still be the 10 and you would just add it to their bank?
Right.
I think it would go to their bank,
Yeah.
because
Yeah,
then
that's what I think
also,
too.
if they didn't use them that next year, those
Yep.
people have the addition, they get
Well, that's
more money.
why I asked the question.
Yeah,
just
so I
wanted
think
to-
it would, the purpose is to have it go into their
Not until
They're
the
sick.
next year.
accumulated sick bank.
I would agree.
Well, and I think the good time
Right.
for them to either yes or no is when we do the payroll question for the summer.
Yes. So if they-
Correct, that's a good, well, if negotiations is done by that time, sometimes that question comes out before we're finished with IBB.
But if we settled and had a TA or
MOU.
signed it as an MOU
We might-
just for that particular issue?
Yeah, that would be a good time. I'm not opposed to that at all.
Because if you're already sending out something related to that,
Correct.
send out one thing.
And I'm just thinking out loud too, but if we are settled with everything except for financials, and we get that, we're meeting in May, we could work with our bargaining unit to say, hey, we're close to, here's the items that we've agreed to. We're going to be settling, hopefully, salary in the next week or so. We could have a longer voting window and maybe get that vote. I have not discussed this since this will be Jill's job, but, we could actually get that done in the summer and not wait.
I would
till
agree. The
August.
challenging part I was referencing is the $600 or whatever that number that we decide, that's typically done with the financial piece towards the end. And if we did the MOU, we're assuming that that is $600 already. There's an assumption for it as opposed to completing the actual.
No, the board,
already voted for it, so it's just,
Yeah,
it's that extra non,
Okay.
I mean,
So-
that's going to have to be, but I think the board, I think that's left to
The
superintendent's
ESSER 3
discretion.
was approved.
yeah, and we haven't negotiated we didn't negotiate the retention.
No.
We just said it.
And that information is there for the board or whoever to make that decision
Right.
this spring if they chose to do so. That's helpful.
Anything else for Russell?
I'll try not to give you any more work today.
All right, promise. I can hold you to that.
We'll see you in a few minutes, Russell.
All right.
He said tried, y'all heard that, right? That. You are
At least for
right.
the next 20 minutes.
Okay, so do we then want to talk through the top solutions and like kind of flesh out what that would look like, or how it mechanically would, or procedurally would happen?
Yeah, I've given it some thought. So here would be one proposal. For a staff member who wants to access the sick leave bank outside of COVID, they use the old mechanism. They write a letter to the board, we take it through that process. For those who want to access it for COVID relief, excuse me, COVID leave, HR creates a form in which they would use, and we would present that to the board on behalf of them. So we kind of keep them as two separate requests, but pulling out of the same pool.
So then, if it's a non-COVID related request, then would the short-term disability piece would still stay in place? Or,
I don't know.
I'm just thinking like if it's a non-COVID, an appendectomy or something something crazy where you're gonna have to be out and it's not COVID related, but you have short-term disability and you probably would be out.
Well, could it still be considered COVID-related if the reason that you have to request the days is because earlier in the year you used your days for COVID and now?
I think that then that would be COVID related. But if I've just used all of my days because of a maternity leave or something, but I have short-term disability.
I get what you're saying. I'm wondering if just for our purposes, if this is a temporary solution, if we're temporarily suspending the short-term disability piece, if we just do it, right? And just suspend it, and whether or not it's for COVID leave or just for something as an aside, that short-term disability piece is gone.
Okay.
I don't know. I mean, I think that's up for debate, but.
So then
I think
do
it's
we?
easy to cross that, strike it out temporarily and have it sunset at the end of next.
Because I guess if it was like a maternity leave type of situation and you knew that that person had short-term disability, I'm assuming HR would then just not recommend that to the board?
Could you still steer people to that and say, hey, you don't have to do this to access the leave bank, but it leaves more days in the bank if you go ahead and do that paperwork? I mean, could we have something that says, or I don't even know, just an understanding here that for those who, when HR looks at it, would be eligible, have the benefit, haven't taken it, could ask them, would they, go ahead and please apply for that so that less days are taken from the bank?
Or would it be easier to have a form that's like, specifically we set up for this, that is like, due to COVID leave, I'm requesting 5, and just have it be minimum, 5 days from the board.
Yeah, I think we're good on that piece. I think what Lindsay's suggesting is for that other one where they're just writing a letter to the board, will the short-term disability part still apply?
I think that's getting tricky.
Yeah,
I
I'm
think
trying to
we're getting
eliminate the
away from
number of
COVID.
different situations we got. Like we've now created
And those hybrids, like Jill brought up, like it's half related to COVID. It's a quarter related
But
to COVID
I think if
for
it's
me.
even slightly related to COVID, then they would fill out the
Yeah.
COVID-related form. But if it's something completely not COVID-related, the more stereotypical reasons people use the sick leave bank, to me, it would make the most sense to continue to use
The normal
the
process.
normal parameters, including short-term disability.
And so
Being an
if they had
exclusion.
short-term disability, we would not recommend that to the board.
If it was not related at all
Correct.
to COVID.
Is that what you?
It might save some leave for those people who really need it for,
And I think it would save you guys, you know, having to coach some people that if it is like a maternity leave or someone's, you know, having some sort of really long-term illness, they could get the benefit from their short-term disability and save the days.
But this whole discussion is based on COVID. The suspension of short-term disability is only based on some association with COVID in some way, shape, or form.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to clarify.
Correct.
yeah, I can get behind that.
So do we need to keep the clause as is and then add a COVID piece to that?
The suspension, the temporary COVID piece, correct.
Yeah.
So Rachel,
it's not a
legally, how would
strike.
you do that? Would we do an MOU and say, in reference to this form, we're going to tap into the sick leave pool, but short-term disability will not be, prevent you from asking for those?
I think that would be the cleanest way to do it if we're going that way. Now, if we just suspend it, I think it'd be cleanest to do it in a ratified P&A. But I think if we're not, it gets just too messy and sloppy within the P&A. If we're doing this the way that we're talking about right now, I would do it as an MOU. And we could even attach the
With the
form as
form as
part
an
of the
addendum,
MOU.
And I think we were considering, I know, hot mic somewhere, hot mic. Not you, Mike, no, I'm kidding. Oh, sorry. I apologize. Okay, anyway,
That's what I'm happy about.
I think the
There's
MOU,
some people who disagree with you.
I think the
There's one,
MOU was a
actually.
good idea, because, or we were talking about it being a good idea because if we haven't settled, right? So the MOU
goes
is
forward.
I am. Yeah.
MOU goes forward and is in effect because it's mutually executed regardless of where we are in the process of ratifying a P&A.
So the MOU would enable us for this to take effect as soon as we sign the MOU.
Yes.
So I'm sorry, I was getting paper and trying to listen back. So one piece that you said, Mike, is that we temporarily suspend the short-term disability clause due to COVID through 22-23.
For COVID related, it has to be related to COVID. It just didn't say, it's not just suspended for anything, it's related to COVID.
COVID-related sick day usage.
Yes.
Yeah.
Leave day usage?
Leave usage.
Through 22-23.
We would create a form that would be used to make that request. And then the language would stay the same in the P&A. I think it's me.
That
No
form
pun.
goes
It's
to
all that
HR.
hotness.
What, I'm sorry? I'm flustered.
We had a moment of immaturity while you were out of the room.
Just a
Provided some
moment?
levity.
Not all of us.
Do you have a part two to that, or is that the first? That's the first part? or the
I think
only part
that's it.
suggestion?
So I also put on the issue statement form, I just said, use the bank as normal for non-COVID related leave requests. Add additional form for COVID related requests through 22-23 that would not exclude those with short-term disability.
See attached form.
For a third party, a COVID-related request sounds like if you're ill or quarantined because of COVID.
COVID-19 related reason is the term I would, does that phrasing make sense? COVID-19
Yes.
related reason?
Yes.
The other thing, should we put in the MOU that if a professional employee chooses to access a short-term disability benefit, they could still use this and would be held harmless?
Say it again?
So like, what if, we're saying it's suspended, right? You don't have to, but what if somebody does, right? What if somebody does go ahead and access their short-term disability?
I think they can always do that. I think if they've taken short-term disability, they can always access that. What we're trying to solve is their access now to the sick leave bank, even if they have it. That makes sense?
Because I
Right.
couldn't use my days and use short-term disability on, like, I couldn't request the day
Not at the
from
same
link.
time, but you could at separate times, right?
So right, that was what I was clarifying. I couldn't double dip on the same day.
Nope. Is that what you're asking, Rachel?
Right, so don't we have individual, like, isn't that the case of right now? Those people that we're holding harmless, right? They use short-term disability, but then there's a third of their pay that's not covered.
Right.
And they use their short-term disability for the same reasons that would potentially identify here in an MOU. So what about those, what are we gonna do about those individuals?
But they don't qualify for short-term until they've used their days, right?
No.
Or is it just
They
out?
can
They
use
can
them.
use it.
Yeah.
Okay.
And what do we do about somebody who goes along, does get really sick from COVID, or does have a feeling, or whatever, they have a reason, they access short-term disability, and then they come to us and they're like, wait a second, I should have just not applied for short-term disability because now I'm in a worse spot. You know, do we need to say that the sick leave bank can be used to cover those 1/3 days? So both would have to be in play. So I've exhausted and I've used.
But I thought for short-term disability, you have to go 5 days without pay first. And then, so if I go without pay, I use my days, right?
No, it's not 5 days without
It's
pay.
just
It's
5
5
days.
days in a row, then you can access your
days
short-term
in a row.
disability.
Is the intent of the sick bank not only to provide people time off if they're out of time, but is the intent of the sick bank to make them whole between the 2/3 of their pay and the 100% of their pay?
That's not how we've used it
Okay.
to this point.
I didn't think that.
I think, at least from my point of view, giving people access to the sick leave bank was if they've exhausted their leave because of COVID, and now
Okay.
I just wake up with a fever, that isn't going to apply towards short-term disability, but I do
Right.
just need
Got
a
it.
day.
Okay.
Or if
got
your
it.
child's
I'm
sick
there.
one day.
I'm there. I just had to process.
So that's
through
why
it.
I'm saying your language that says because of COVID related, because of lack of leave days due to COVID related, right? People have to, if I were just reading this, I would think I have to
Oh,
be sick
okay.
from COVID. No, I just need to be out of time because of,
Exhausted.
Because of something COVID.
And that's the COVID-related leave usage.
yeah. If I've exhausted my leave because of COVID related usage.
Okay, so I'm going to get a new
I
sheet.
pulled those out of the closet, I think, last time.
I'm going to
Not
donate
test
to the
them.
cause some of these.
Right, I usually have markers in there. I haven't got
All
back
right,
in
so
there.
we want to say this differently. Okay, let's say here. So our language would be what? Temporarily suspend. See why I'm not secretary. Temporarily suspend the short-term disability clause. Is that what you want to say?
Requirement.
Really,
It's like if application to the bank is due to lack of leave time because of COVID usage in the past.
I don't think we're uniformly suspending it though, right? We're only suspending it for this form in which we're going to use for COVID-related leave.
So what I tried to capture was we're suspending the short-term disability clause or not ability clause due to lack of leave, or however you want to say that, because of COVID-related.
Or your,
If leave is exhausted.
Yeah, I think your first two asterisks actually capture what we're trying to do.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it makes sense. I will offer, I need some time to like think
Yeah.
through this,
So-
but
leaves it.
Yeah, I think, to me, homework would be Rachel working on a memorandum and then me working on a form
form.
that we would use.
which I will probably over lunch, I can start typing something out.
Okay.
But leave does have to be exhausted
Yes.
before they can apply, so I want to make sure that's in
Well,
there.
I'm thinking of
That's
the ones
part
that,
of-
My non-attorney language over here.
no, that, it makes perfect sense to me, and I'm gonna think about structuring it kind of like what Jill showed with like, if this, and this, if you check these, then you go here, is probably how I'll try and structure it.
Because we're still operating under the sick leave bank
Yeah.
provision, so all of that
Yeah.
applies
Yeah.
except for short-term disability.
Yeah,
Yep.
so like, first checkbox, is your leave exhausted?
Right. Yeah. And I'll try and write it like that, so it's like, it has a logical flow, the MOU, and then the form can be based on that.
Okay.
Yeah, the clause in the negotiated agreement area, the first part says it has to be, leave has to be exhausted, and you can't have short-term disability. So we wouldn't take out that whole bullet,
Right.
or well, we're not taking it out, we're creating MOU.
I think it would just be for those who
creating an
exhausted leave due
exception.
to COVID-related
Mm-hmm,
reasons.
there, the short-term disability shall be suspended, yeah. So catch me up, guys, when I was out, did you all decide that you just want to go with this as your solution, or are you still piecing together solutions? And did you take any off the list?
Yeah, the providing additional days.
Probably not going to be necessary.
Like a sick
I
bill.
think the incentivizing would be something that is still important, but I don't know that it would directly be a solution to the issue that we brought forward, right? Because the issue was so that people wouldn't be docked days. And incentivizing bank days is just going to help them, plan for the future and then also not use all their days. What?
It's not really this issue statement. This issue statement wasn't
Right.
to help people prepare for the future.
Right,
Not that you couldn't do one for that,
right,
but this wouldn't meet the interest on the issue statement.
right.
Okay, and then what about the donate into the bank and the retirement language that you guys already allows for this, but it's just not real clean language? What do you want to do with it?
I don't know that do we already have language about people donating their days? For retirement or
There
other?
was something in the retirement language.
We just say that you can sell them back. I think that'd be a great option. I'm sure there'd be not lots, I'm sure there'd be people that would like to do that.
It's not an immediate need
It's not an immediate need, no.
unless you started to see the bank go down.
Correct.
Okay. And then what about this one, the convert? Where did you guys go on that? Convert retention to the econ?
We had Russ come talk to us.
Okay.
He said they budget $175 per day for their sub costs.
Okay, is that still something you guys are looking at, or?
Yes.
And then reinstate COVID days. That's where you had some examples from other districts.
We think that looks like something that would be really good for going forward. If we end up having, knock on wood, I don't know if it's on wood, another variant or something, and looking at the reconvening. I think at some point we would like to talk about meeting as IBB team throughout the year, and I know we talked about that last year, but I think now it's kind of evident that we do need to, because when we settled in June, like we said, there was no new variant and things were looking up, so we didn't need to discuss, moving forward with giving people days back in their bank if they had to use COVID, use leave for COVID. So
So would there be almost like a reopener clause in the MOU to say, if the sick leave bank is dwindling down to nothing, or if, something that would automatically.
We wouldn't need a reopener, we just need to have that targeted for later, because we're still meeting, and that's just for this calendar year currently.
Well, I'm thinking as far as typically when we've settled, then negotiations has closed.
right.
I'm just thinking as far as being
Well, so-
within the law as far as
Yeah.
negotiations.
So we would have the 230 something days left for this year, right? And then it would, whatever the ending number is at this fiscal year as of July 1st, we would then have 250 days again, right?
Yep.
So I do think that's one thing that helps us. We're not talking about, there'd be 500, like almost 500 total available here. And then, I get what you're saying though, like what if that is no longer a viable solution and we did need to meet? I mean, I think we potentially could. I mean, I think the lead negotiators would just need to get together and say, hey, we've got an issue that's a mandatorily negotiable issue. You know, we need to get a meeting on the calendar. And we would just do a different schedule for that year.
Lindsay, since you're doing good notes on this issue, it may make sense for you to strike through the things you all decided not to do. I usually do that when I save the document, where I just strike through. So if we look back, you'll know you guys decided not to do it. And then next to these things that you think might be necessary later or possible later, but not urgent to solve the issue, you may just put a note next to them, what you all said about that. Like revisit these issues, depending on how the bank's looking. So if you note that, and then you can, when you pull this document up again on this issue, you will see what you all said about these things that you're not taking direct action on right now. You know what I mean? And I kind of just, I strike through. It doesn't mean it takes, add additional sick leave completely, off the table forever. It just means that you're not looking at it for this. It just makes it easier for you to zone in on what your solutions turned out to be, which ones you may look at later, and which ones you've foreclosed on this time. Is this something that needs board approval?
I don't think we have in the past, have we? MOU? Haven't we just?
So in my mind, if there's a cost component, I think we would have to have board approval.
Currently, there's not.
But
Right now, it's budgeted for this year, right?
Right.
In terms of the association side, do you vote MOUs when you enter into them? Just in terms of process question. Could this be effective really upon you guys agreeing to the language?
Right. Nobody goes through the formal ratification process for an MOU.
And will depending on what, will that issue of turning your retention bonus into possible leave days is something that would also be part of this MOU, or you just don't know that yet?
I think, okay, let me think about the mechanics of that, if that's something we're talking about. Because the retention payment is not something that was hard-coded into our P&A last year. So I would probably do that as an MOU as well.
Not enough info yet?
And I feel like we can have a commitment or whatever, put a pin in it once we have, because wouldn't we have to have, I mean, to get it written down and to have an MOU, to have a number in there, right? Otherwise, we don't know what the days are.
I think we have the one that's the highest priority,
Okay.
Yeah.
which is the leave bank. Get that taken care of, and then we can still whittle on the other part, because the biggest thing is getting people leave.
Yeah.
Right.
And what about the borrow idea? Have we written that off, or is it something that we think is?
I think it's a freaking headache.
I do too. But
Is it not? I mean, is it like a juice not worth the squeeze type thing?
It's real tart.
Yeah.
Russ had the same not apprehension, but it'd be manual in both of our departments, so there would be some headache to it. But I mean, if we feel like some staff member would benefit from it, then maybe it's worth considering.
If we're going to come back to on another day after we get board input or whatever, I just want to highlight that we've just thrown out the 175 3.5 days, but I don't know if we really, I have a hard time with the 0.5, and I'd rather go up than down. So, but that's just, and we don't know, and I don't want to precondition that the board was going to settle on a $600 retention
Right,
payment. If they
understood.
maybe were going to give a little bit more,
Understood.
this was second year, so.
Makes sense.
But I think it makes sense for your team to have that discussion with the board so that we are knowing if it's even something that they're amenable to.
Well, and I think maybe a secondary conversation in that is to the board of, do you want to bump the leave bank up, the board link for a year? And say, you know, we have 250 right now, maybe it's a good idea to bump that up a little bit for the next year and already have that budgeted, and if we don't use it, great, you know, it's a temporary 1 year.
Well, and we could talk about that during compensation too. I know sometimes there's like dollars left, you know what I'm saying? Like there might be like this awkward amount that we still have to play with, that's what we want to, you know, do with it.
Like that?
The rounding play.
Right.
You can have my 140 days if you'd like them.
Is that right?
So Lindsay, in the spirit of you guys being able to kind of put a bow around this issue statement, perhaps be done with it fairly quickly, can you say what you have next to each solution?
So I have crossed out, provide additional leave days, remove language in sick leave disallowing short-term disability, and then I had down below put just like a proposal kind of summarizing what we had said about that language-wise. I had crossed out creatability for those to donate their leave, but I had put next to it may not be an immediate solution, but could look at in the future. I hadn't crossed out allow staff to borrow against future leave.
Which you're talking about now.
Incentivized baking, crossed out, but again, may not be an immediate solution. Allow retirement donations, same thing. Reinstate COVID-related sick days, I hadn't done anything with yet. And then I hadn't done anything with allow staff to receive retention payment.
Okay. And it sounds like on the retention payment, you all are saying this may be something you would look back at once you know the dollar amounts, right? So then this issue statement could still have that in play at some point when you get closer to the dollar amounts and financials. And then the two then that are still remaining are, do you want to let people borrow? And reinstating COVID leaves if you feel like you need to take those on after you've done this. So you'll know when, note taker, I love what you're doing. The reason I only cross it out and I don't remove it is if you put it out there and you've captured it, it may be something later that you revisit. So I never remove your ideas, I only put lines through them, so.
I think it might be best to split the issue statement. And then we can mark off part A of, and then we can keep part B of the retention payment. You know what I'm saying?
So then borrowing against future leave and COVID-related sick days, we're striking through for the time being as well. Is that what I'm hearing people say?
It feels like your ESSER's money on retention is probably going to fall under your financial conversations, and even if what do you?
We haven't,
We don't
we don't
negotiate
negotiate the
that.
ESSER.
So they come, that's a decision the board needs to make.
In other words, when do you want to bring this back? When do you want to bring the issue of converting the ESSER's retention money into, when do you want to bring it back? Because this issue statement's going to be done with that. Or keep the issue statement open and just revisit that piece of it?
I think it makes sense to keep it open and then find out what the board wants to do with the retention and then revisit it.
And share those points that Linda raised.
I
And
mean-
for everybody watching, the only reason anyone's talking about $600 is because
That
that
was
was the
last
last year's amount.
Because you were talking about splitting the issue statement into two. What do you mean by that?
Exactly that of like, it's, the issue statement was, or I don't know.
We can still have an MOU
Yeah.
for the
correct.
first part, and then come back and know that we're not completely done with
Okay.
one
Yeah.
without.
That's what I was saying.
And I can start typing this out over lunch, because while it's fresh in my mind, it's probably the best time to do it. And if we have time and we want to, we could even look at it today.
Like, how long do you think you need?
I'll start, I want my team to get some eyes on it
Correct.
too. Definitely by the next session, but I'll start working on it too.
On the second part?
The form.
Oh, the form, okay.
Yeah.
So, just because I have a list of people who have contacted me who have short-term disability, how would you like me to tell them to go back to HR?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think once we have the MOU agreed to, the form ready to go, they would use that form and.
We're just gonna continue to hold them harmless right
Yep.
now, and
Yep.
then kick that can down the road a little bit.
Yes.
How we doing? What is on the agenda that you guys might be able to pick up right now before lunch to either get a good start on, or is there any low-hanging fruit that is a short conversation to resolve? Is calendar a short conversation? I don't recollect what that issue is. You just wrote calendar.
Is that, let me see what the next, okay,
that was the
just so I can
discussion
make sure, and I
piece,
want to put this, like, do we have a consensus on an MOU that allows access to the sick leave bank for those who exhausted their leave due to COVID-19 without the requirement of applying for short-term disability? Okay, just want to make sure if I say that we have a consensus in our joint statement with a note that we will revisit that other issue. Okay.
Between you all, you really don't need me here. I love being here, and I'll keep you moving, but gosh, Rachel, thank you. I didn't think about you all just kind of
I'm normally
morph your
the one
ideas
who
so
comes
naturally.
forward, so.
And it's what I always warn parties about when I'm not facilitating. Make sure that you don't skip that consensus step.
The calendar had a few different bullets on it. I didn't know if it would be good to have Dr. Dennis as well. He, puts together the calendar. Yeah, so there's a couple things for discussion. There's one thing in the actual language that we talked briefly about, the intent of the language versus the actual language, what it says, kind of cleaning that up. So I don't know that it's low-hanging fruit. Yeah, I mean, we could
Yeah, I mean,
start
you
it
just
for
got
sure.
20 minutes, just something that we can have a good stopping point, even if it's not finalizing it in 20 minutes,
I
whatever.
think Dr. Dennis normally listens to these as he's working, and so he might be listening, Dr. Dennis.
He's most likely with Kansas Teacher
never
of the
mind.
Year.
He's not, I'm talking to him.
Yeah.
So, okay, so he's not here today?
I have not seen him, but I do know he's with the Kansas Teachers of the Year today.
They were at Shawnee Mission North today.
Okay.
I guess they're coming here for lunch?
Correct.
Okay.
So if we had follow-up questions, that could be, we at least get it out
Get
there.
it introduced?
Yeah, and then that could be homework for next time.
Yeah, because we can just, I think what we have listed there probably needs a little bit of explanation anyway.
Yeah.
so.
Okay. I can share up on the board again. I don't want to have to look at all my other tabs.
Okay, so the statement says, how do we improve the calendar to reflect the strategies of the strategic plan?
And
Yeah.
specifically, like, what strategies I think would be helpful to me, like, in general.
Right.
We had it
Well-being
on-
of staff.
Yeah, staff well-being, and we had talked about,
Equity.
yeah, equity, whatever number that is.
And the map testing would be for the
What are those called?
Learning
The
about
sub-strategies? What's the word for those?
objective, are they objectives? I should know that.
Oh,
There he
Something
is.
you pointed.
speaking.
Did you hear me, Dr.
Action
Dennis?
items.
His ears were burning.
We like send brainwaves across the universe. So, welcome again, as I told Russ earlier today, we normally are much more formal about like how we invite people in, but we've just been moving and grooving today, and so I apologize for no advance notice, but you'll see up here an issue statement that has to do with the calendar, and so we thought it'd be helpful if you could hear and listen to the presentation and explanation of that issue, because we may need to ask you for information and input.
And also, I mean, I know you can watch it after the fact as well, if you have responsibilities with K-Toy today. So.
Yeah, they should be here any minute.
Okay.
So I may need to step out.
Right.
Jill, do you want to restate the issue statement?
Yeah, how do we improve the calendar to reflect the strategies of the strategic plan? And we were specifically talking about the well-being of staff, equity, I'm trying to think of the, diversity, equity, inclusion, belonging, student learning. Yeah, we're trying to remember how they name each of these, you know.
You have strategies and
Objectives.
And then
Action items.
Action items with each strategy.
There you go. Yeah, so I'm not going necessarily in order there, but the longer winter break for staff, currently our language has it as 8 days, meaning 8 minimum school days, and looking at other districts, they typically get, I don't know if they typically get it, but sometimes they've gotten up to 10. So we'd like to increase that. I know that we've discussed that with Dr. Dennis for the 23-24 year. We'd like to look at it for this year as well. So that would just be looking at the calendar to see what it is currently.
Just keep in mind too, that the board has already approved 22, 23, and 23, 24, so any changes there would have to go back to the board.
Right. They actually already have them up on the website. What?
9.
Oh, there's 9, okay. The personal day non-use, there is language there that talks about when you can take a personal day on a block out day, like the list of exemptions, and there's intended language that kind of what we think the intent is versus what it actually says, and we think it's a bit confusing, so cleaning that up.
It also got reformatted.
Oh, yeah, thank you.
And it's not aligned with the format.
Correct.
So it went from Roman numerals to others, and so it's like referencing Roman numerals, but it's in.
Oh, okay.
And specifically the last bullet point.
Right.
If you read it, it does
Contradicts itself.
Yeah.
It's circular in a way. The religious holidays is brought up when there's, for instance, holidays for Jewish people they were all falling on days that were block out.
Well, there were just a lot of.
Or just a lot of them, yeah.
A lot
during
of
the week.
the holidays were early this year, and so they didn't line up. So a lot of our staff that is Jewish and was following their religious stuff, they had to use their leave for that, and it kind of unfairly, and if we look at the strategic plan, it targets them specifically for using their leave due to their religious observation. And it doesn't create a very inclusive environment.
The MAP test schedule, I don't know if that's necessarily tied completely to the calendar. You want to go
I
ahead?
had brought it up, just because something for the district to consider. I know that we fall within a national MAP testing window. This year, it happened to fall during the time when a lot of our Muslim students were fasting for part of their, forgive me, I don't know what holiday.
It's their religious holiday.
But it's one of their religious holidays, and so then we're asking students to do pretty important map testing, benchmarks testing during a time when they're fasting, and just as a district, looking at those type of considerations when we're sending things out, and how are we accommodating kids?
Right, like allowing them to do it at a different time.
Or just observing that that's a period that maybe we should try to
Avoid
avoid.
scheduling it then.
Because the window's usually several weeks, and so
Right.
maybe us being more cognizant of that, when we're sending it out district-wide, these are the dates we're gonna do it.
Is the map testing, the time you can do it, is it dictated by regulation or legislation at all?
Yeah, there's a large window, and it's through MAP and their national window. But usually within the district, we pick, like, hey, we're gonna do it on these days, even if it's just building by building. Not necessarily something that needs a P&A solution, but just all falling under this same idea of the calendar and equity.
We could look at that last one and pull up that language, because we might be able to do that contract cleanup before lunch in the 10 minutes we have left.
Third, 24. No, I pulled it up.
And I would say that is, if you want to keep your flip charting,
Yeah, sure.
electronic flip charting real good, cut and paste that and drop it under your first solution. It's okay if solutions come up while you're framing and focusing, just drop them down to a solution section and then jump yourself back up to the framing and focusing. So you've captured it, but we don't go explore it yet. You know what I mean?
For which one?
You just now typed in a possible solution under framing and focusing. I would just drop it down and make that the first idea, accommodate testing during religious holidays. Right, that it would be a solution. And it's okay that it came up, capture it because it came up early, but then go back to continuing to frame and focus. Right, that was a solution, possible.
Yeah, she was saying you could probably just highlight it and copy it or cut it.
Yeah, either way, just in terms of, because you're just getting good at this, so, I would say that's just a little tip. Just drop it down and start your solutions, but don't move everybody down there yet. Keep them up under frame and focus, but you've captured a solution. And, you can take it off under frame and focus.
So,
Do you, yeah, and then I was looking at the,
yeah, and I was going to see if I could put that part up so that we can,
Do you want me to unshare?
yeah. Really, I almost think we could start it on page 23, because that's also where they have the Roman numerals, and then they refer to them as regular digits, whole numbers, integers, if you will. Sorry.
Get out of here. You're wowing us again.
No, I'm not.
any day now.
Oh, there you go.
It was trying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was close. I mean, I thought we were almost going to have to. But I
Knew
think
it was going to come up.
I was going to say, I think.
I knew that too.
I'm going to go ahead and let Dr. Dennis go back with
sure.
his group there. So thank you for stopping by, Dr. Dennis.
Did she just blame you?
She did.
I did not, I just think.
You alluded to it.
My in-laws are from
We all blame.
So yeah, on
Is that
page 23.
23?
Yeah. So
Okay.
right there where they talk about when you, hold on. Okay, so this is when you can use personal days on block out days, but it lists them as, Roman numeral 1, 2, 3, 4. But then when you get to the last one, it says in combination with deduct days or to extend,
That's
circumvent.
right here.
Yeah, and it says 1 through 7, but
Right.
it's Roman numerals 1 through 7?
And
8, yeah, there's 8 now, so.
And the other issue is this last sentence doesn't make sense because,
Oh, back on number 2, or later, lower.
yeah, if authorized by the superintendent or their designee based on extenuating circumstances related to what, how are you having an extenuating circumstance related to something that's already been authorized?
it wouldn't be extenuating anymore.
No,
Because
and
it's
I
related
think
to,
that this
What?
got messed up, and it should be, in my opinion, or if authorized by the superintendent or their designee, based on extenuating circumstances.
Period.
And period.
right?
Well, I will tell you how we've read it, just so you
Yeah.
know, is we've used 1 through 6 to approve something similar. So, for example, you're moving your child into their dorm at college, right? And it's during first days of orientation. And you make the request. We've used 2, or II,
Correct.
and said, hey, that's similar to that. We're going to approve that.
Okay. But even if you didn't have the related to part, you could still approve it. Like if you took off where it says related to 1 through 6, you could still say, the superintendent's going to approve this because it's similar to number 2.
You could. Our concern, I'm glad you guys brought this up, frankly, is that it creates us being good guys or bad guys again. I mean, we're the gatekeeper of, and I guess that's our job, but
Who gets it and who
I
doesn't?
mean, it's hard when there's this gray area, right? I kind of like, I don't know, to have something to point back to that, hey, we can approve this because it's similar to II, right? But if someone comes with something just way out of bounds, and you say, well, you have the latitude to do it, why don't you just do it? That is pretty wide open.
And to me, I think it's one of those, like, when we came up with this, we couldn't figure out everything. We can't have a black and white of every circumstance. So the last one being, if something's not here, and there's something that has come up that's not covered by here, as a last resort, you can ask the superintendent or their designee, hey, can I get this day to take care of this? You know, there's not, we weren't ever gonna have a one-size-fit-all on this.
And it doesn't guarantee you're going to get it. It's just the opportunity to appeal it, you know, to say, because someone else might not realize even I have something similar and you would approve that. You know what I mean? So I was just trying to think of an example, but it's too close to lunch. I mean, I think anything in Roman numeral 7 is not a guarantee that something else would be approved. It's just, hey, if there's something not on this list.
That's in the spirit of the
That's in the
list.
spirit of it. That's something that, you know, well, hey, this, like, I've been invited to, I can't read that up there, but I've been invited to speak
Speak at a
to the
conference or
U.S., I'd be a guest of our state senator, or our U.S. senator on this topic. You know, I think it's kind of one of those just absolutely kind of out there, but it's, you know, doesn't fit into that box, so.
Guys, what's on the screen right now? Is it your MA or is it?
P&A.
Your P&A, oh, it's not policy. I didn't know if you were pulling up district policy or if you were pulling up your
It's our
contract.
P&A, yeah, it's our P&A.
Your contract, okay. So when you raised the issue of the Roman numerals versus the numbers, that's just a cleanup, right?
Correct.
Okay, and then the other issue you're raising in terms of clarifying what the board can do that may not be on the list, I would like to hold that for a minute and get to the identifying interest, right? Because you guys are starting to, I don't want to say make ask of each other, but you kind of are, and we haven't gone through interest yet. So I just want to clarify where we are on that, and let's revisit it. Is there anything else under framing and focusing you want to say about this, guys? Anyone, remember when you frame or focus, it's not just the folks that brought forward the issue statement, but if anyone has insight or a lens that they see this issue through that can help focus or frame the issue.
And one of the issues that my teachers continue to bring to me regarding the calendar is the half-day final schedules at the end of December that we used to have, and now they're full days, and I know we're tight on minutes, and that's a concern, but I think that's something that we certainly need to examine.
Well, the end of the year though, I don't see how that affects, because most of the time we're tight with minutes as seniors, and seniors are gone by then.
I'm talking about December.
Okay.
Do you mind pulling back up the issue statement document, Lindsay, or whoever's sharing it? Is that you, Jill?
I don't know how to unscreen mirror now.
You just click next where it says CAA TV boardroom,
That
just
one?
click on it again.
Okay, it's, it's new.
It does look
Some of us
different.
don't have that fancy stuff in our classroom.
Another,
And the reason I say that is because it feels as though as you're framing and focusing this issue, why the calendar doesn't necessarily support the strategic plan, it seems as though you're also identifying interest in the framing and focusing, and you're also saying things that need to be fixed, which are possible solutions. So that's okay, we can jump around, but I'm not going to, I would suggest we don't go too far down the treks of solutions until we kind of get the interest out there, and we're not there yet on the interest. Right? You kind of are when you frame and focus, but like when you say it's not in line with the strategic plan, and the interest, this is a deep one, guys, because like when you think about the interest, your interest may look different depending on which part of the strategic plan you're talking about. Right? Why do you want, diversity, equity, and inclusion to be, reflected in the calendar to support the strategic plan? Those interests are very simple if you say, oh, just to support the strategic plan. But if you really peel back the layers, the interest for equity, diversity, and inclusion are going to be varied and many. Right? So I'm just kind of thinking out loud in terms of how we structure the process of this through IBB when it seems like, the good question is which part of the strategic plan, and do we look at each part differently as we look at the calendar?
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
And there'll be other really practical interests too when it comes to the calendar, just on the myriad of requirements that the calendar has to meet. I mean, we all know what those are, but I don't know the process of putting together the calendar. Some people at this table probably know a lot better, but it is Jenga, to say the least, or.
Well, and I think that's why some of it was like, hey, this needs to be just brought to your attention.
Yeah,
when you're,
that these are concerns. And I think it's a really, the point of religious holidays is such a challenging one when it comes to the calendar, because we all know that the calendar goes around Christian holidays, and historically that's what it has done for years and years. And we all know that we have dozens of different religions in our community, and that it would be an impossibility to account for the religious holidays of every staff member and student in our district. I know that depending on your community makeup, sometimes you're considering other religions do come as, and their holidays are more taken into consideration just because of the makeup of that community. So it's a really big challenge, and it's, you don't want to ignore anybody or make anyone feel like they don't matter just because maybe they're a small percentage. So it's a huge challenge. So how do you honor that without, while still meeting all the practical requirements?
So I'm going to suggest that we do a really down and dirty IBB on each section that you're looking at, instead of kind of bouncing amongst all of them. So on the DEI section, the framing or the example that came up is Christian holidays, right? i.e., Jewish staff that have holidays that are landing where they need to take leave, and then possibly Muslim student testing. There may be other examples. But tell me, it sounds like a no-brainer, but tell me your interest in this. What is your interest in making sure that the calendar lines up with the DEI strategy?
I think for me, if we say that our interest as a district is in supporting diversity, equity, and inclusion, we need to walk that walk as well. So if we say it's important, we need to act like it's important.
Okay. And I'm going to write just basically one interest is walking the walk, right? One way to do it is calendar. That's one way, not the only way, and maybe not the way. But I'm just going to bring you to interest so that you guys open up a little bit broader about what you're trying to get to versus just calendar. Calendar changes was the solution that was embedded in the issue statement. Okay?
and
So
do we
if
need
the
to pause for lunch?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. So guys, think about that when we come back. In other words, I think that it makes sense for us to, you're narrowing yourself to the solutions for supporting the strategic goals are already embedded in the fact that you've labeled this calendar changes. Walking the walk is probably a whole lot more and a whole lot different than calendar changes, but I don't know if that's the role of this committee. So think about that on lunch, and think about sort of the other ones that you're going to bring up in relation to the strategy in comparison to the calendar. And again, if you just get to the interest, is the solution the calendar? Maybe. You know, so, okay, we're back at 1 o'clock. I got to call Dell on my lunch.
Just to throw this out there, I am hearing that we have Job Olympics in this room and in like the whole building on April 5th. So do we have any other ideas on where we could meet? And we'd have to have the ability to cast it. So something to think about, a high school?
Yeah, could we
No,
meet at a-
David says there's no other location.
We'll need to talk to him because it's really hard to, what we are able to do here is difficult to set up elsewhere.
Okay. So we need to figure out whether we keep that date or try and find a different one or nix it. Because I'm just not sure because of the specialized setup here.
Use WebEx.
thought about, I don't feel like it's going to be real time consuming to like IBB each one of the strategy areas, right? So I still think that the issue statement, and tell me if you think this makes sense, Jill and everyone else, the issue statement is an umbrella issue statement. But if we would have really thought about it, once we got into it, the issue statement is a solution. So I do want to back you up a little bit, but by the way, that's okay. If you guys come back to, yeah, the solution is the calendar, that's okay. But let's go down a little bit of a road of the issue statement being how do we support the strategic goals. But that's a lot also. So I guess I'm walking this fine line between go ahead and accept that your idea to support the strategic goals are going to be limited to calendar. And if that's so, let's still identify interest and maybe still identify interest per strategic goal that you're wanting to talk about. But if it looks like the solution of, updating the calendar to support them is not where you guys end up finding yourself to be feasible, manageable, affordable, or whatever, if you've boxed yourself into that and not done these, you won't have any other solution ideas out there. So that's where I'm coming from. You guys know the process well enough to know, what do you think about that process thought?
Yeah, I think there could be solutions, at least to some of those we've talked about, that aren't necessarily examining or changing the calendar.
But we shouldn't foreclose on the idea of calendar. It should be maybe one on here. But again, I don't know if you all wanted to take the strategic goals on that bigly, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
So, you also are comfortable enough in your relationship and in the process that if you say, okay, let's just, talk about what you all were thinking on calendar when you put this together and not necessarily IBB it, you can go down that path. You may find yourself trying to convince each other of why and the what versus processing it, which would be a little more traditional. So.
I think, and this is just my spewing on this, is the part of it is just informal, like, hey, these are some things that have popped up you guys need to be aware of.
Okay.
I don't see IB being the map schedule, that's more of just a, hey, put this on your radar type thing. This chair just.
Who would be the person that we make sure that we put that on their radar? Like, I know that doesn't fall under my duties. Like, who?
Well, the
Dan
test.
Grimman.
Yeah.
Grimman?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
MAP? Or IMAP?
MAP. I do think that there's multiple little subjects under the issue focus. Religious holidays, we can have a conversation about that. I just said the map, the winter break. That's also like something that we can look into it on its own.
And those are all feasible. I think it's hard to have a discussion about the calendar too in-depth because it's just kind of like you're explaining. I know that Darren meets with a variety of people when he sits down to go over that. So Dan, this topic has probably not come up, but it will be now. The tricky part about the calendar is if we add days to the holiday or we add a day here or there, we're either starting sooner or we're ending later. So the minutes don't change. It's just how you use those days within that time frame. So
I think, if anything, that this COVID has shown us that, and I'm looking specifically at winter break, of having 2 full weeks there and not coming back on a Friday impacts the staff a lot. And the interest is making sure that staff have an adequate break between this, the semester, basically, to relax and recover so that they can meet the needs of the students coming back.
What is the phrase on that strategic goal? It's not a DEI strategic goal, right?
Staff well-being, the well-being of staff is part of the strategic plan.
Okay, thanks.
Well, I think that directly correlates to meeting the needs of a diverse population, because you can't meet the needs of your students if you're running on fumes all the time.
And I think the biggest challenge, or one of them with the calendar, is when you go out and you take a interest survey. I mean, you're going to have the huge amount say, I'd just soon start earlier as long as we're out by this date, and others say it's too hot to start, I want to start later. It's a tug of war when it comes to the calendar, but I think your topics around the holiday breaker, we can look at that. Like I said, it's just either going to be a day earlier, or it seems like we're starting earlier every year anyway.
What did you say about the returning on Fridays or after Friday?
I was just saying that currently, when we only have, it states that 8 minimum school days. What was it? Was it last year where I can't remember, where we had to come back and it was like a Friday of the break, and it just was like, it was a vacuum.
I kind of want the issue statement to still revolve around calendar as opposed to broadening it to a whole DEIB statement.
I got you.
So I was trying to think of how to phrase it. I mean, it would have to do with well-being of staff.
Well, maybe you guys just keep talking about the different issues, and I'll just
Okay.
kind of capture some things, and then we'll revisit without really knowing what the issue statement is. Is that okay?
I was looking at the calendar for the 23, sorry,
Next year.
22, 23. And the teacher's last day facilitated professional learning is Friday, the 26th of May.
Snow days been put in there.
Yeah. And so then we have Memorial Day on Monday, the 29th, and then there's still 2 more days after that, like in May, you know what I mean, like the 30th and 31st. So I'm thinking it would be feasible to, have a day added at the end of the year, but again, we'd have to look at, that would be a conversation with people that put.
When Jill and I met with Dr. Dennis earlier this fall, and for changing the 23-24 calendar, and our calendar builds in 4 snow days, so that's the latest we would go, would be May 26th. And so if you take those days off, it brings us back to almost like the 20th, 21st of May, which even our parents would tell you now, there's not, summer camp opportunities don't start till the middle of June. It's a cold, rainy period of time. We're not getting deep, we're not going into June yet. It's one more day, whereas the calendar seems like we are going almost to the 22nd, even 23rd, I think 22nd maybe next year is when we go. I think of that as a high school teacher. My students are taking high-stake tests the week of Christmas, and I know not everybody celebrates Christmas, but, and so it's where it might be a lighter day at elementary and middle. It is 7 tests in 3 days, the week of the holiday season. Teachers are grading, finalizing grades that whole way. And it's not too many long years ago, it's like single-digit years ago that we had 2 full weeks off. And I think kids coming out of finals especially should have a time to rebound and recover, because that's a stressful time period. So that's just me, and I won't be in the classroom next year, but it's always driven me crazy that in that really festive year, which can be really hard on high school students, their social emotional health, and then we're slamming it right in that holiday week. And I think a lot of kids just, I shouldn't say that, I can't quantify that. There are kids that just throw their hands up and say, I'm not going to study.
And that's not necessarily the well-being of staff necessarily. It's not necessarily DEI, but it's something else you guys had up on the screen on the issue statement. What was it? On the strategic plan, is that student success or something like that?
It's supporting student, I mean, ultimately, we're trying to support student learning so that, you know, they can be successful, be college and career ready. Well, a big part, if you're going to be college ready, you got to learn how to prepare to take high-stake tests every semester or high-stake projects. And but that's a whole nother different, we're not going to go down the road of how I feel about final exams because that would take up our time today. But definitely just the time period is just, it just has always bothered me.
I see what you're saying, Jill, that these are all things related to suggested changes on the calendar. So we almost have to inherently accept the fact that the issue statement is a solution, and we're having conversations about the whys. I think.
Right.
So I'm just trying to capture, so just keep on talking about it. And what you were saying is be mindful of testing stacked on holiday weeks.
Well, and I think that goes back to the part about, you know, having half-day final schedules in that time period too, of like, if we're not going to give staff adequate time to grade, like, what am I going to put on my final? Am I going to not have as an in-depth final and make it so that Canvas just does it all, so that I don't have to spend all of Christmas, winter break grading?
If we're going to talk that final schedule, I'll chime in. I was the mother of 3 Shawnee Mission graduates, and when they went through school, we had a shortened final schedule. It was different from my oldest to my youngest. One way was kids slept in. Finals were from 9 until 10:45, 11. They did a short lunch break. Then they did their other final, and then they were done at 1 o'clock. Kids could get the rest they needed to be prepared for their tests. They could go home. They either had work or we have athletics all the way through winter finals up until there's usually a game the Friday night thereof. And so kids could have some downtime and then they could study. It looked like it was just like this, oh, teachers are only working 4 hours out of the day. No, they could work 8 hours out of the day as opposed to 12 to 14 hours out of the day. And ideally, it was what was best for kids because they could really set them up for success by not having them test, for example, the last 2 days where they do 3 finals in an 8-period day.
It gives them time to come in and get help too.
That's one of the concerns in the last few years with the final schedule. We've had one half day at the end, and so then developing the final schedule becomes problematic in that most of the time we don't like students to have 3 finals on one day or more than one day with 3 finals. And so what that does is that builds in your final schedule that's kind of folded in with a normal class schedule. And so then you've got students attending class with downtime. We've struggled with an imbalance of teacher plan during that time. And so navigating that final schedule so it's benefiting the learners as well as the teachers is one of the reasons that I brought up the issue with half-day finals or a half-day option there for the final exam schedule to balance out the teacher schedule, the teacher plan, and the student final exams. It's a high school issue, I know, but it's been very significant.
In terms of improving
Correct.
the situation.
How many years has it been since we had the half-day?
3 or 4.
3 or 4?
3 or 4.
At least 4.
I think it's
I believe
4,
it's when we
yeah.
started the late start.
Right.
I think
And the other issue you get into when those students say I've got a final today, fifth hour, but my third hour, it's a prep time or whatever. That's when you have a lot of students who get called out of school. Or if you have a final in the morning and then you have final prep time in the afternoon, a lot of students get called out of school in the afternoons. And so in a lot of our schools, what we have left are bus riders that are left in the classes. And so the teachers still can't prepare a lesson or teach anything. So it's just problematic in a lot of ways.
And that's an equity issue. You know, kids who can drive themselves or their parents can come pick them up.
Correct.
They can leave. Kids who can't are the same ones that were there at 7 o'clock in the morning and have to stay all day.
So I guess, can I ask a clarifying question? So Dr. Dennis and his team works on the calendar, and then each year he would meet with NEA president and vice president. Do you feel like your thoughts, concerns were listened to, or?
I'd say yes.
Yeah, this year we were able to rework, I mean, most of the revisions that went to the 23-24 calendar were suggestions that we made, and Dr. Dennis adjusted it by, we discussed that, I don't think it's super important to people to finish in the middle of May. Nobody wants to go into June. And so if you look at years where, we made adjustments to 23-24 that still kept us several days before the end of May. And I think we're in that situation again for 22, 23.
It's when Memorial Day is earlier, like the 27th is Memorial Day, so you still have, days after that. Yeah, and he changed graduation to be a week later to help with, this is for the 23-24 calendar, to help with senior minutes. We even talked about clustering some of the days off in October, like to try just to make sense, because there's like a early release day for the National Day of Testing, the same week that we have like, a teacher work day and different things. So yeah, I think that was a very productive meeting, and we saw changes made. And I was just actually looking at it. It seems as though we have more professional learning days, not flex, but just professional learning days in the 23-24 calendar than we do in next year's. So I just was curious about that, if that.
I'm just wondering out loud, if our process kind of works, right?
Right.
Where there's a committee, or Dr. Dennis, and I assume it's a committee, I don't even know, works on it, has a discussion with the association, there's some back and forth, and then district finalizes it. I wonder, to add to that process, if we bring Dr. Dennis in as we suggested, like now, he hears some of the thoughts of this team, and then he works on the calendar, and then still goes through the association at the back end, and hopefully there's a meet in the middle, or everything gets attended to. Because what you're hearing, I'm hearing from Dr. Dane too, it all makes sense, so.
Well, it makes sense, but if you
Yeah,
add
you gotta
days,
count it, right.
You can't do it because of the teacher contract days. So everybody wants to do the half-day finals, which we agreed upon, but we went to the late start. We've only got so many days to get so many minutes, so that's why we added to it. So we lost so many minutes with those late start days. I've always been an advocate to add 5 minutes into the school day, and we don't have any problems like Olathe and Blue Valley do. The rest of the time we had the calendar issue, just 5 minutes, whether that resolves all of our problems.
5 minutes, like to the student time, like instead of starting at 7:40, start at 7:35.
You got it.
Or actually, let's go till 2:45. 2:45.
So, yes.
long middle school day.
Start at 8:40.
Well, you guys can go forward, we can go late.
Like our contract time wouldn't be changed. It would just be the students would be there 5 minutes.
That's
longer
correct. That's correct. It resolves all of those problems. Now, that's a whole different issue. We've got 2 years of calendar, that we're set on, but I do think if you ever want to deal with the issue of minutes, that resolves it, just like that.
I have actually suggested that a couple times in the past couple years to the superintendents. I say that because there's been several superintendents while I've been in my job.
So yes, I think conversations and meetings with Dr. Dennis or the one we've had recently was productive and.
I think though, like, I know the 23-24 calendar's already out there. I'd hate to think that we're going to wait 2 years to potentially make changes to a final schedule. That we know is not, I think if you would poll teachers and kids, everybody hates it because it's not good. So, and parents. And, if we can't change winter break for next year, that change has been made for 23-24, but I do think there may be some strategic late start days in the fall that you could eliminate to create that final schedule, because teachers would still be PLCing during that time. I mean, they do beyond that time anyways at the high school level.
Or you could stop them earlier.
Yeah. Or like, I think we have for example, we have a late start next Thursday, which is the Thursday before spring break. Might almost be better to, and you can't do that to kids, but, that one would be, there's some timely ones where you could say, we could just have a seminar because it's the end of the semester and it might be better to have extra, student-teacher contact time that time, or just available to get help.
Were you thinking of, that maybe that's kind of a part of like a solution?
I think so.
Okay,
Yeah.
yeah,
I
it's
put
right
it on
there.
all 3 pages as a possible solution after Dennis' conversation.
Right.
I'm thinking just out loud right now on your issue statement. Could it be something like, and I do think it's important if things get sticky to know where you are, what your issue statement is. Could it be something like, the issue statement is supposed to be questions. Could it be, how can we utilize the calendar to support the strategic goals? So that sounds like it's not any different than what you said, but right? I just think what do you think?
I like it.
Okay, so how do we utilize the calendar to support the strategic goals? And I think you had it if you pulled that back up. And they were in particular DEI, right? Because the interest is walking the walk. And I heard you guys say non-Christian staff not having to use leave. Maybe you don't address that with the calendar, but I'm going to capture it. Right, possible solutions on that were, the MAP schedule, putting on someone's radar, it may be through Dr. Dennis' committee meeting, putting on someone's radar the MAP schedule issues, Dr. Dennis process, okay? The second strategic goal was the well-being of staff, right? You care about that for reducing, stressors around holidays, all these things. The solutions were possibly returning, nix the returning for one day scenarios. That was right, nixing that possibly, these are just possibilities. Looking at the high school example of what changes have been made that have been helpful, perhaps extending the year beyond 521, and then, maybe all of this is Dr. Dennis' conversation or committee process, whatever. And then the third strategic goal is support student learning. Again, the interests were reducing stress for kids, creating downtime for kids. And then I kind of got lost. Is there a special situation for those all-day kids? I was lost on that, but I captured it here.
Well, so our finals happen for 3 days, and we used to just do them where we would have 3 half days. So you would come in the morning and take finals in the morning and then leave. Next finals in the morning and then leave, for 3 days. But now we stay in school the whole day.
Okay,
so you still take your finals in the morning, but then in the afternoon you're usually
okay, so then the
in a
teachers
study
aren't
hall.
able to grade and to do things because they've still got their...
The students that can't provide their own transportation.
Are still at school.
So I didn't hear a solution, but I'm keeping that on an interest in finding a solution on that.
Well, and when we did do finals half-day, buses left at that half-day.
Oh, so-
Now buses don't leave till the normal 2:40.
Okay, and again, these aren't things you all agree to, these are the things that I'm just capturing that you've come up with in the conversation. Being mindful of testing on holiday weeks, looking at changes in the final schedule in relation to all this. Again, Dr. Dennis process or committee process. And then strategic late starts for days in the fall, or I'm going to add as possibility, again, these are just ideas, finals half day with bus service. Possibility?
Yeah.
So I'm thinking Lindsay's capturing these and saying better than what I've done here.
Flip back one.
DEI or?
No.
May 21st.
So the solution, or except because you put extend year beyond 521, the solution also could just be adding 5 minutes to the day too.
Okay, I'm gonna add that as a
And
separate.
I think we go later than May 21st.
It's 5:26. We go 5:26 if we take off 4 snow days.
Okay, and you guys, as long as you're capturing these specific and accurately, you know your stuff better than I. I was just trying to capture what the discussion was. So you do have then an issue statement that would work. You know, how do we utilize the calendar to support the following strategic goals? And you have 3 strategic goals. You sort of get the interest, and now you have some solutions, but it sounds like maybe all these solutions are part of something you would take to Dr. Dennis and/or a committee process. Could be the umbrella for these solutions. But I'm going to let you guys think about it from there.
Can you guys just share, so like, I want to understand this, where this issue statement came from. Was this part of your process of like, hey, what things do you want us, what are your big issues or problems that you want us to bring to IBB for negotiations this year? And this is feedback you've received. Okay. That's helpful. Because I think, like Dr. Schumacher mentioned, like we know that we take feedback from the association into account when we do the calendar, that we've always worked cooperatively. So it's just understanding, then where does this come from? And that makes sense.
I mean, this last year, we came back to school on the 21st and 20th and 21st, and other districts were out the Friday. So I think it just maybe was fresh in their minds.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But I mean, it's always been something we like.
And also when, we have a lot of staff that have kids in other districts
Yeah.
and vice versa. And so when your kids are out and you're still in school, it becomes, where you don't normally need daycare, that's
Yes.
an issue. And I think in the past, our districts were a lot more coordinated on those breaks, spring break and winter break.
I have heard that.
And I think I do need to add that there has been a much better conversation lately about the
Okay.
calendar. But I just think that these are some things that keep coming up, and I think
Okay.
that we just need to kind of work through a little bit.
Got it.
Yeah, I think that obviously I'm not in those conversations, but Linda, this year was like a really collaborative year of working on the calendar, but maybe past instances were not as collaborative or as
I think they've
productive.
always been productive. I worked with Dr. Atha before that, and we just tended to do a lot of just roll over the calendar. I think what has changed is our final schedule has changed, and also in the last 3 to 4 years, and I also think there's been a real difference at that winter break with how other districts are taking that time.
Well, and I think we brought this up too, just because if we're talking about, especially winter break, like there's a specific piece of the PNA that specifies the number of days.
Well, it's what it says is it must be at least 8 days. It doesn't mean it has to be only just 8 days. And then it says you can't come back before January 2nd, runs through January 2nd. So those are kind of minimums, but for years that language was in the contract when we had 2 full weeks for winter break.
So in an effort to move us forward, I think we suggested that we maybe bring Dr. Dennis in to our next meeting so he hears concisely and collectively what the thinking is.
To make even better use of time, since Jill and I, have met with him already once this year, to bring this feedback back to him and then still invite him to the next meeting, but to see what he can even see would be possible to run minutes and things like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, to me, the biggest thing that still sticks out about it is, I think, there needs to be partial IBB about the religious holidays and how do we meet the needs of those staff, and maybe develop some sort of
protocol or whatever so that there's a way for them to ask for that time off and not be penalized. You know, I don't know. I think there's an issue there that is worth
Yeah.
going through and.
I'm sorry, I'm going back to capturing two things that
Yep.
were said since I sat down. One was, support staff who have kids in other districts as best you can, right? That's around the districts aren't coordinated at all. And then I'm going to add what you're saying, which is so I'm putting that under an interest under staff well-being. And then what you're talking about, I'm going to put this interest, the non-Christian staff not having to use leave. I'm just going to circle in orange as is this is this a standalone something via IBB? I don't know where you start with that, but I'm going to circle it so you'll know that that's what you're thinking, or at least one thought on that.
I mean, to me, out of all of the things in that list of things, like, that's something that is going to need some more, other stuff is kind of like, hey, we brought this up just to make you aware of, like, the testing stuff, that kind of things.
Right now, if a Jewish teacher is off on Christmas, she or he is just off on Christmas because there's no work to do in person on Christmas.
Right.
So,
And
I mean, there's lots of solutions you could brainstorm around that. Doesn't have to be today. Or if it's in your mind right now, you could brainstorm those today. Lindsay, you can capture the brainstorm solution. Whatever y'all think. Doesn't mean you have to decide anything today, but if it's popping up for you, throw something out there.
I was just going to, before we jump to that, sorry.
Yeah, that's okay.
I was just going to say something to consider if we go to like that half-day schedule or something. If there's conversation on the half-day schedule for, the high school for the finals, it might be worth having a conversation with middle school and elementary too, because if you're saying all of a sudden high school staff are going to have a lot of extra time to collaborate with their peers or work on gradings and things like that, we're with students still, so there is almost, that does create a little inequity of work or time with students for the high school or middle school and elementary people. Just wanted to note that.
Good point.
I think maybe table the religious holidays. I think it might be interesting to have some feedback from Dr. Bates and our DEI, deep equity, and also I think it might be something for the board to think about in light of the strategic plan. What does that look like in any policy or anything they want to weigh in on?
I'm just putting equity with elementary under the issue of final. Oh, okay. So that when and if you guys get to that, it's just something to know it was raised, right? So under this possible solution, I'm putting equity with middle school and elementary. And Linda, you were saying you suggest we maybe table the issue around the holidays?
Yeah, and maybe bring in our director of DEI or just throw this to, he has a group of
Equity practitioners.
equity practitioners, wanted to get the right term, and also even, is this, as the board looks at it for their DEI, through their DEI lens for any of their policies or whatever.
And just to loop back a little bit, I know we're jumping around, but what would the process be with bringing some of these issues and solutions to Dr. Dennis? Would that be something that Jill is already doing? Jill and Linda, it's just menopause. That's all it is. It's just menopause.
Just use the name every woman over 50 has, and it's Linda, you'd get it.
You get it, right? Anybody over 50, just totally get the blank thing.
Had that conversation.
But you all already have a forum for doing that, and then you would report back just here in terms of what might be done, or?
We would, and I would imagine Dr. Dennis would report back to cabinet as well. And then it would eventually, all those calendar changes would go through the board.
And it wouldn't be something that you all would do with your contract? Okay. And then there's also a recommendation to ask that the DEI coordinator or that group look at the issue of the non-Christian holidays and then maybe hear from them?
They may have some suggestions that, of how to address this that we can't even come up with, so.
I'll bring that up to Dr. Bates and have him brainstorm, and then if he has something by the next time, he will, or at least I'll give an update on where he's at.
Great.
Yeah. I did note for our personal non-use dates, religious holidays are one of those exemptions. So we do have that built into the P&A.
Right,
but
yes, thank you.
I think it's just, I think from teachers in my district who have shared with me, just between Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur, that's like, can be 3 days before the middle of September. And so.
It hit real hard this year because they were way early or than normal.
Yeah. And it's 3 days, and then you take those days, and then it could affect you for the rest of the year.
Especially in COVID times.
Okay. Okay.
So do you all have, I think, a solution for this IBB contract year on this issue?
Not for religious holidays, yes.
So that would remain, and hear back from the equity group to see if you all want to do maybe something related, like you suggested, IBB ideas on it. So that would remain open.
And then maybe Jill, Dr. Dennis, and I can report back to the whole group, and it's probably continued off the where it needs to go, but at least there'd be an update.
Lindsay, are you good on notes right now? I'm going to leave my flip charts here if there's anything you want to take with you.
Okay.
I know my writing is horrible on those.
That's good.
But is there a thumbs up on this or consensus?
How would you summarize the consensus if you were writing a joint statement?
We delegated some calendar issues to essentially a subcommittee that will report back to the team
For further discussion.
for further discussion, and discussion around religious holidays is tabled until we have some feedback from Dr. Bates and the equity practitioners.
So it sounds like you all will pick this up again in an upcoming session. So who wants to take responsibility for taking the issue? Mike or Dr. Schmickel? Okay.
I'm reaching out to Dr. Bates.
I'm happy to be responsible to reach out to Dr. Dennis, to maybe have a brief meeting with him ahead of, bringing this back to our next meeting.
I'm just doing a time check. It is 1:41. It feels like people still have good energy. But if any time someone feels like break, just holler it out and/or go step out and use the restroom if you need to yourself. But I think we should keep pushing on. And consensus on what everybody said they would just now do. Jill and Mike are forwarding some things on. Here's what's left on your agenda for today. Time for PLC, grievance procedure, and prep time. And was prep time a standalone issue statement?
Yes.
Okay.
I think the other two were district issues.
I think we said we
Yeah, we
wanted
technically
to
covered.
prioritize the PLC time.
Okay.
Yeah, we were going to try to go back and forth between a district issue and the
I think
association issue, but we
maybe you
technically
need to preserve the
covered
middle
two
school.
of association in a row.
So PLC time was a district issue?
Yes.
You want to go ahead and start looking at that issue statement? If somebody wants to open it and screen share the issue statement?
Rachel, are you opening the, am I doing this or are you doing this?
Let me pull it up and refresh myself.
John and I are going to jointly talk about the subcommittee work, but
Okay,
Number 7, you're number 7.
in that case.
our number
You're part
7.
of the team
I'm
too.
putting it into like
I'm
the
sorry, I've been on a lot of
Word
teams. I'm sorry.
doc format, since it's in a
And
PDF right
Lindsay,
now,
too.
just so we can add it.
That's great.
all
Okay,
together.
time for professional learning communities. Guarded, protected time is needed at the middle school and elementary school levels for PLCs. We already provide this at the high school level, yes. So this was the work of the subcommittee. Does the subcommittee have a recommendation?
We do. We have 2 separate ones. We have one for middle school and we have a separate one for elementary. And there's actually 4 of the subcommittee team members in this room. So,
That's awesome.
yeah. Now, John, you want to go first?
I'm going to move this flip chart out of the way.
John, can you give like a little history just to like, because I feel like this has been like floating out, because we've worked on this since last year, right?
Yeah, so with what the high schools are doing currently and have been for the last couple of years with that protected PLC time, I think last negotiation session, we talked about looking at middle school and elementary for, getting that protected time for PLCs. So I was on the middle school committee with Blake Ravel and a couple other teachers in the district.
Yep.
Who else was it?
Blake
One of
and
the
Jeremy and Chris
There you go,
Case,
thank you.
and then some various teachers on that team.
So this is kind of what we came up with.
If I could do one other lead-in.
Yep.
Mind? So the committee met as a big group since the beginning of the semester, beginning of the school year, brainstormed some ideas. The district, represented by me, kind of put some restraints on the team that we didn't want to burden families with whatever the solution may be. So that was one big boulder, frankly, that the team had to navigate around. So I think that's only fair to state that we kind of had that piece out there, so.
Just the first part of this is just kind of what the purpose is behind having a late start for middle school PLC time. Date and time, we decided to stick with the Thursdays that the high schools are doing. Every day we start out middle school schedules with a mascot hour. So 8:45 to 9:14 is our mascot hours. So our proposal would be to, on Thursday mornings, not have that mascot hour and just start with first hour at 9:18. PLC time for teachers would be guarded and protected from 8:05 to 9:10. Buses would run like normal. Students could sign up who would be arriving at normal time to ensure that there was enough supervision throughout the building. Some students will need to ride the bus. Some students might be able to come in at that later time of 9:18. Supervision was the issue that we had. And so we decided that each subject area, ELA, math, social studies, science, electives, would all have to be split up. And so there would be like one group of those teachers. So ELA teachers, maybe 1 week, you were not PLCing, but you were supervising in areas around the building. NPR, cafeteria, gyms, some buildings might have some collab space built in throughout. And then next week, those ELA teachers would be in a PLC, and it would maybe be the math teachers in the building who would be supervising around the building. To provide work assistance for students, to supervision activities, or just an individual focus for things. Some pros and cons. It did give students who needed to be riding the bus the option to arrive at normal school day time. The bus schedule, bell schedule, everything would not need to be disrupted or anything because the first hour would still start at 9:18. Funding's available. It's completed within the current teacher contract time. There's the normal bell schedule again. And the con that we could think of was, there would be a week there every so often that, that content area would not be able to have their PLC. I think that's all I got.
I have a
for
question.
Middle school.
Did you guys consider also, besides the teachers supervising the kids, having paras or counselors, admin, social worker, instructional coach, nurse, like be a part of the rotation?
They'd be part of that too. I
Okay.
don't know, we didn't necessarily say like, all paras or aides would be a supervisory. I would just assume that they would go with the subject area teachers.
They would, and this is my high school brain thinking too, because when we first started meeting, I said, well, why don't we just do it just like the high schools are doing it? And they quickly reminded me that that it just doesn't work apples to apples at the elementary and the middle school level. There's simply not as many staff to help with that supervision of students. And inherently, high school kids can drive or not drive, and so you're not going to be supervising as many as some of the elementaries and middle schools, so.
I meant not just them to be, but like be part of the rotation.
They would certainly be used,
Okay.
yes, 100%.
Was this also considered for elementary?
Good segue.
Because I feel like it would be a similar thing, right? Like the teachers could rotate on.
Well, there's some different
Supervision.
challenges at elementary. One of the challenges is that a lot of our elementary buildings do have a pre-K program within them. So pre-K is there's
Morning.
there's a morning and afternoon pre-K. So if you just have a late start at elementary, you're by default having a pre-K that does not have the same amount of time as the other pre-K.
Right, because the morning session would be shorter.
And
Every
then-
Thursday.
And then you also pull, they pull, well, we can go to the presentation and then we'll.
Okay.
Why don't you take it? Or Lindsay, or you can help too.
Lindsay,
yeah.
I'll let you start with the current status.
Okay. So with the PNA right now, elementary is allotted 230 minutes of plan per week. With the special schedule as it is, it's blocked out for 250 minutes. So currently, mandatorily, elementary is getting 20 minutes of PLC per week. And just based on all of the PLC experts, they are saying 45 minutes per week of PLC time is what's needed
At
to
a
be
minimum.
effective. Some teams meet longer than 20 minutes, but then they are voluntarily choosing to give up part of their plan.
Well, so a couple of other, we talked a lot about the late start at elementary. And like I said, there was the preschool concern that came up. There also, the mascot or we don't have something like that at the elementary level. So you'd be pulling directly from instructional, like you'd be pulling from ELA or, all those things. So there is just a little bit of a difference in them, as well as looking at potentially 7 to 8 different age levels that you'd be trying to supervise. That certainly is different than having, just 7th and 8th graders or, high schoolers that. So there was a lot of concern around appropriate supervision and how to accomplish that without creating a behavior challenges or as well as, we talked about there are certain programs within elementary school that we don't know that we could, pulling those staff away might create more challenges or barriers to it. So we decided to kind of actually follow what middle school is currently doing to achieve more plan time, to try to maximize, to try to go to give up what we can, maximize that as a first attempt to solve the problem, which would mean that we would take 2 staff meetings a week or month and turn them into personal plan time. And that would give, so that would be, 40 minutes so 80 minutes per month, every 4-week cycle. a personal plan back. So if you use that plus the 20 minutes per week, we get to about 42 and a half minutes then that they could do the professional learning communities during the day.
Per week.
Per week.
Does that all make sense?
Yeah, currently our agreement has that plan time has to be within the student contact day.
Yep.
And I think that's a really important thing to keep in there.
So we'll get to
Yeah.
that. So purpose behind the staff meeting trade-off, getting the 45 minutes of PLC time. We talk about Hattie's research there, and we believe more guaranteed PLC time each week will be more directly beneficial for student achievement than the current staff meeting time.
I agree. Could we have the staff meeting time be the PLC time?
It's what?
That's what I thought he was suggesting, but I thought you guys just now said you were suggesting that the staff meeting time was plan time.
Well, there's a lot of support staff within elementary, for example, innovation specialists and things like that, that then you would be eliminating their ability to support.
I think they could still support it. They just wouldn't have to go to every single PLC every time, right? Like they could,
I mean, they could go to one.
right. Or half or two each, you know.
So then you would only have 2 times, then you would only have 2 times a month that you would have available for professional learning community time. So, and if you go back to the whole purpose was to try to get at least 45 minutes a week to align with the research.
But I also think that, like, if my team, I will share that I was on the team and I have some reservations, with this of, I feel like we're skirting the issue of we're saying that we need the principal, we need the instructional coach, we need the innovation specialist, the reading specialist, all these people to be in the PLCs, when rather than saying like my team is going to function by itself, and if I need the reading specialist, I'm going to call or email my reading specialist and say, hey, can you come for 20 minutes? We need to schedule some time with you with our PLC to problem solve an issue. And I feel like my team could be effective on our own without other people coming in and telling us what to do or supervising us unless we needed help. And I think that that's something I'm really struggling with this proposal.
I certainly don't sit on all of the, my teams that I would love to sit on more, so it gives me a great understanding of which priority standards we're struggling with. It helps with understanding professional development needs based upon the feedback I get from teams. And I certainly have zero leading of the teacher time together. But I think the issue is then the teams can only meet twice. Then we're only giving them twice a month time to meet, so you're not meeting the 45 minutes a week.
Well, they would still meet the 20 minutes every week, and then the 45 minutes that would be staff meeting, which is what the middle schools were doing, would be additional time. So everybody's still getting 90 minutes a month extra without having, and they're still gonna have their plan during the day. And then if somebody needs to come in, it would just take some coordination of, I need to invite, my team needs to invite that person to come, and they're not gonna be able to meet with everybody, but not everybody's gonna need them every time.
Yeah, I think it just is really eliminating the collaborative piece between the instruction and being able to sit in with the teams when they're planning is one of the best ways that we get feedback on, our professional development needs and things like that. So that would be my concern.
I'm struggling on this for 2 reasons. Number one, teachers have been asking for more time for PLC, and the time that this plan comes up with is to take away, put their plan time at the end of the day, like the end of the day, which, I'm sorry, most teachers are there at the end of the day anyways. So you're calling it their plan time when they're there anyways. I think we've figured out high school, we've figured out a way for middle school, and our plan for elementary is going to be the group that's making all the accommodations are the teachers, who are the PLC. I can understand that we don't want to burden families, and then that whole burden is being thrown on the backs of elementary teachers. And I understand where you feel like you want people in, but it seems to me you could rotate your innovative specialist, your reading specialist, your principal, your instructional coach could go to they don't all have to be in the same PLCs, and then you can come back and share out what you heard from other PLCs. But elementary teachers already are with kids from this year, the way kids can come in, basically can come to the classroom as teachers arrive. And then in a lot of schools, they're not even done with supervision in the afternoon at 3:30. We have buildings that are so large, the buses aren't gone, the kids aren't out of the room by 3:30 when that ends. And I'm sorry, elementary teachers will give up whatever time they need to make sure the kids are on their way and safe. And so I wish we were IBBing this, because an interest to me is we want to respect the teacher's time in this process. And I understand that you are also working with these parameters, and you are a group that worked trying to come up with a solution. But I also think moving PLC time to the end of the day, I don't know how that would impact all teachers being able to like SPED teachers. Would they be more able to attend PLC meetings if the PLC time was after school? How does that impact that situation?
I mean, as a SPED teacher, I would rotate through. I'm going to be, with the way my service minutes are, I don't make it to PLCs during the day because I have kids in my room. So continuing this practice, we're making it work for part of the people that are very important to making a PLC work, the innovation specialist, the coach, all of those people. But SPED teachers who also need to be in those conversations, those are times when if I'm able to go, I'm having to tell kids, you've got to leave, you can't be in my room, and putting, that messes with minutes.
Can I ask on this issue, we did do interest. It might help as we give feedback on these plans to just take a look at what the initial issue statement was and just tick through the list of interests that were identified. Because remember, sometimes you have to judge whether or not your solution's going to work on did it meet the interest.
The interests on here are ones I think that the district had done with their statement. We never went through this.
This wasn't an issue that was carried over from last year with a committee assignment?
It was carried over. So
I think
that's an important reminder that this body asked for a subcommittee to be developed,
Right,
which was. That subcommittee met with administrative and teacher representation throughout the course of this school year. And this is not a district proposal. This is a subcommittee proposal from a group of teachers and building administrators.
I'm guessing that I probably used a Word doc to work you all through the IBB steps on the PLC issue, and I probably emailed it to Rachel or Jill. If it's in your email, or maybe it's in the drive, Lindsay, when you all took this on last year, would go back to, and it's not bad to say what were our interests, because do these solutions meet them? Or at least not harm any of them?
It was SMSD number 5 last year.
It was what?
SMSD number 5. As a former elementary teacher, one of my concerns with this is if you move plan to the end of the day, if you drop your kids off at specials, 9 times out of 10, you don't head right back to your room. You're stopping at the nurse to ask a question over there. You have to go to the office for something. You get called to speak to another teacher or talking to the principal about something. Having that PLC time in your plan time when your kids are at specials that may not happen the whole amount of time just because, I'm getting pulled many different places and I'm not going to be back to my room or to the meeting spot, right away in order to do that PLC. So if it were me just being now at the middle school level and having some more of that time, I would prefer PLC during the staff meeting time. I think I would be able to get more accomplished doing that than during, a specials time.
So from my understanding on this proposal is that the elementary teacher PLC time would be after school on Tuesdays, after school every day, after school on
It would be
Thursdays.
During their
It'd be during
normal
their plan
plan
time.
time, and our plan time would be during 2 of the staff meetings a month. So you would.
Which are on Tuesdays,
Uh-huh,
after school.
yes.
So you'd be moving their plan time on 2 Tuesdays a month. That's what your proposal is saying.
Yes. And then they'd PLC during their plan time.
On that Tuesday.
Or on
No.
Sunday.
Someday during the week.
The idea is that you would have, you have 20 extra, you're looking at a bank of minutes, you're adding on to the 20 minutes already.
So would you do 20 minutes additional those weeks that you would be using the 45 minutes of plan time? You have another day of 20 minutes?
Well, they were looking at your overall plan time is what they were looking at.
So every week you would PLC for 20 minutes during plan time, like we do normally.
And every
then
other
every
week.
other week you would trade out like
One of your-
the rest of it.
So you could be trading a Monday, where on Monday, you're not going to have your plan, you're going to have a PLC. But then that Tuesday of that week, you get to plan, your plans move to after student contact time. Yeah. I don't like the idea of having your plan time after the student contact day. That's why we have that language in the agreement, is so that it's, like during the school day.
And we recognize that we
Yeah.
acknowledge that there would need to be a change to the
Right.
P&A if this were to move forward.
I think that we should kind of test the solution against the interest. Does it-
Oh, and I emailed that.
The interest, maybe we can.
Did you guys get it?
share. Are there interests that it would harm, and that helps you sort of make it more objective in terms of deciding what to do with it? And less feels like, I just don't like it, right? Let's kind of test it against the interest. If someone can screen share the document you did find that lists the interest, or you can just read them out. You found our notes on it?
Yeah, I emailed it to everybody. Hold on.
It's good paperweight.
Oh, it didn't go? Well, sorry, I emailed
Yeah.
it to KNEA.
That's fine.
Sorry.
No, it's okay.
I
I do it
just
on my phone.
I just always do that.
Got a little different now.
Yes, I can screen share
Open
it. Yeah.
Read the issue statement that you started with last year, and then read the list of interests.
Okay. What?
Always makes me laugh when something opens the first time. I'm like, yep, can't read that.
There's no, you didn't finish it.
I don't know, this might have been the first time we discussed it.
Yeah, I mean, it's later, that's, the interest, this looks like a.
This is a rookie team filled this out.
This is not, the option's already brainstormed by committee. See, consensus, you guys had a TA on this, is this the most recent note y'all have?
This is the one that I found when I searched your name.
The subcommittee had been formed as part of the strategic plan.
Right.
That issue 5 point whatever, where it was like 5 of 7 and late's like PLC and they had split. So I think the committee had already done some of the work before we joined the team. Because when they had done a bunch of like research on, that was. Oh my gosh.
Didn't we, it was me, you, and John,
'Cause
and we met at the, like in May of last year, and we brainstormed like a menu of things that we could offer to the buildings to do this year.
As a stopgap, because the team had already come up with that subcommittee from the strategic plan had already been working on, because they had talked about like an option A of a late start with students in the building and an option B.
That is correct, yes.
I can't think of her name. She was like an administrator.
Yep.
Blonde hair.
Jenny Wolliver.
Yes.
If you look back at those notes real quick, Jill, I think this was a very unique situation, and it's kind of what you all are talking about.
This one?
Is that the you know, the first ones we were looking at, the ones we were looking at that I see, it says usually your interest is in, why do you care about solving the problem, right? And your interest is now in response
This
to
one,
options
it's
from the
in here.
committee.
Oh.
So this was when you
Issues
had the
statement
first
last year.
report back from the
I'm
committee
for that.
and the questions that you had.
But the,
Back then, would teachers be giving us plan time? What would the PLC look like? Yeah, these notes aren't real helpful, other than, yes, this was a unique situation because what you all were taking on was already in the works, right? And then Lindsay, now the committees have finalized a recommendation that's come back here? Is that right? And so you guys heard just the middle school recommendation and the elementary today, correct? Is
There's
there
no
any-
high school.
Okay, there's no high school.
We already have.
Okay, can I back up and say on
Well, we
middle?
kinda have high school. except
People
for
didn't
fourth
tend to
quarter.
react as much on the middle school one.
Because the middle school one didn't move plan time to outside the school, the student contact
So
day.
was the middle school one acceptable?
Because it didn't require changes to the teacher's day.
And was the middle school one acceptable to everybody? Or do you need to?
I
We don't know.
know.
Okay,
That was the first we had really formally heard that.
okay. And then the elementary one, you guys are having some initial reactions on.
The middle school one did not cause an immediate bad taste.
So by the way, this is my biggest sales pitch for IBB. The fact that we never identified interest in this as a group leaves me as a facilitator flat-footed, right? We can't say, let's look at interest. Objectively, doesn't meet it, doesn't meet it, doesn't meet it, right? Boy, this is the big plus for IBB. We didn't IBB this. It's kind of just folks, responding to a proposal, which is kind of like traditional, but coming out of a committee, granted. So I wrote a couple of notes. Number one, I heard an issue with the elementary plan on who is present. I don't really have to get in the weeds on that, but I think that Lindsay first raised it. And then I heard the other issue is that it's at the end of the day while they're already there. Was there a third issue with this?
It's not that the PLC time's at the end of the day, it's that they would have their plan
Plan
time.
time, yeah, okay. It moves the plan time to the end of the day, right?
It
Is
does.
that right? Okay. Were there, besides those two issues, was Lindsay saying something about special ed needing to be in the room and there's something problematic or it doesn't help with that?
She said that basically that the special ed people would have the inability to join the team meetings due to their minutes and contact with students.
Like currently, she struggles to get to the PLC because, during the school day with students, because she has students with her pretty much all day.
So I've heard three issues about it. Was there anything you guys did like about it that you want to make sure you hold on to or build around or look at? And tell me a little bit in terms of authority here. Is this something this IBB committee owns? Or does the committee own it and you're just wanting to give feedback to the committee? Tell me.
It has to come through the table because it would require current contract language change.
Okay, gotcha.
I do.
Can we pull the elementary up again while you're talking, Jill? Someone?
I like the idea that the staff would not have 4 staff meetings a month, That's already kind of the way it works in high school.
And some elementary
And,
schools currently.
Yeah. So I like the thought of using a Tuesday for something other than a staff meeting. Just not for plan time.
So did you guys, Lindsay or Abby, did you talk about you flip-flopping it where the PLC time would be at the end of the day? And
There was discussion, but I mean, in general, the consensus is that to do it the way that's proposed.
yeah. So just so everyone knows, that at our last meeting, we were very deliberate, and I took time and said, hey, is this the best plan for us to push forward? Are we in consensus here? And we were.
Do you have a list of the committee members?
Yeah.
Lindsay, while you were out, we just tried to summarize what are the three main issues folks are reacting to on the elementary plan. And the first one was related to, who attends.
Yeah.
The second one is related to it resulting in plan time being at the end of the day. And the third one we thought was related to, it doesn't enable special ed teachers to, doesn't help them, right? And then I asked if there was something that people did like or want to hold on to or build off on the plan. And Jill said that she likes that it's utilizing 2 of the regular staff meetings for something else.
Yeah, Trish
So.
McGrane.
And then we also,
we did the committee, and Lindsay, you might remember more than I did. There was remember there was those posters up because Dr. Gonzer had done something with the superintendent's committee? Or is that, remember they had the posters up because they'd gone through the different, because we were like going through 3 or 4 different options and they had like provided us feedback on the different options.
A lot of them were around how do we make late start, how would we make late start work?
Okay.
And
I just couldn't remember. I remember there's a lot of posters we talked about. I remember standing and looking at posters.
With the parameter of it being no impact to families, we felt like any of those, it was things like using MVPs or high school students or different things like that, and we felt like any of those still would not be able to be applied equitably amongst buildings to make a late start while holding families harmless for the impact.
I just remember looking at posters.
If I remember right, that was, because I remember like high school students, MVPs,
Julie was up there.
different things like that. I think we couldn't figure out how to supervise kids, is what, if I remember correct.
When we were working on the strategic plan around this, one of the ideas that came up was that if we could sync the late start busing with all 3 levels, then we wouldn't have the supervision issues. Now, it does impact families at home and their Thursday schedule, if you will, but the supervision issue is handled differently if all 3 schedules adjust their buses on a Thursday.
It's a good point. We did bring in Dr. Ziegler to talk to us about busing, and those are options, but again, it fell back on the burdening of families, which you mentioned, that now you've got unsupervised kids at home rather than unsupervised kids at school.
To me, at minimum, I would want to ask the elementary staff, would they prefer it either the way it is there or have the PLC after?
So the elementary team we had was Lindsay, Laura DeAtter, Christy Darby, Abby, Greg Lawrence, Trish McGrane, and then Leanne Neal came in at the end to talk about the early childhood piece of it.
So, of that group, Lindsay's a classroom teacher. Who else was a classroom teacher?
Laura and Trish.
So 3 out of the 8.
Laura's an ELL, right?
And what does, I'm sorry, I don't remember the other teacher's name. What does she teach?
Trish, I thought thought she was an I coach.
So no traditional classroom teachers.
That was something we discussed, because I had to apologize to Lindsay at one point, if you remember. But, I mean, I think there was an ask of people, and I'm not sure we could get volunteers to come, because it is volunteering your time.
Yeah, I think Lindsay, John, and I were looking for people, and that's who we found. Your point is valid, though.
I just have to tell you, as the president of the association that hears from people in every aspect of this job that are certified staff, I cannot sit here as a high school teacher who gets a weekly late start and has one staff meeting a month and one department meeting, and then go back to elementary teachers and say, there's going to be twice a week where you don't have a plan on a day, but you might have a plan on a Tuesday and then have a plan on Tuesday afternoon. And by the way, it's at the end of the day, and it's time that if you needed to do more things, you normally stay anyways or take home with you. I would be really frustrated with my union if high school, middle school, high school, we're sitting here making that decision. So I think before we can proceed further, we have to survey our staff. Because maybe it's not an issue for them. Who am I to say? It's not my day. But I also really struggle with how the solution came to move plan time to the end of the day. That was really sacred at some point, that our negotiations team years ago got language that would be within the day. I think that's because teachers already do so much after the day has ended. That's a reality every day for teachers. So I really struggle with that, just in principle. I feel like I have to share that because that's how I feel, and there's probably a few emails waiting for me if people listen to this.
And I appreciate you sharing that. I think it's important for people to understand, too, that this was not a district proposal as well. So I don't know if the other three here agree, but the idea of moving the plan to the end of the day was not suggested by the district. It came out of that subcommittee work.
If you were to, first, can I verify, you talked about linking the start times in all three schedules, and that's a non-starter for the committee, or is that, I'm taking notes on things that everybody says. Does that stay
And
on my
again,
notes?
I'll lean on the other three that are here, but I mean, the number of possibilities that we brainstormed was huge. I mean, there was a ton of different solutions that came forward, and everyone was vetted and talked about, and all of them are flawed in some way,
Okay.
frankly. So.
And then Linda's saying, ask elementary staff, or, it could, in the form of a survey, right? But the truth is, there still needs to be a solution. So if you were to ask elementary staff, is it an opportunity to get more elementary staff eyes and ears into that committee to take another stab at it? Like, could you survey them, but also talk about the dire need to have their input on a solution if they don't like this one?
One of our considerations when we are looking at a solution, is it ratifiable? So I think it would be a complete waste of our time to wait till we're going to do a contract ratification vote to find out that half of our membership are elementary just by the sheer numbers of teachers that there are, and they're not in favor of it.
I thought you meant survey them, not as in ratifying, but like get information now in that
That's
process.
what I mean, yeah, that's why.
Well, and just to if this is a fight that we're fighting that they don't care about, we need to know that.
Yeah,
Like, if
I mean,
we're-
like I say, I don't know, maybe they're more overwhelmingly more in favor of that than not. But I also think it's unfortunate that one part of our bargaining unit is going to have their plan time outside of the contract day. I have a hard time with that. We want more plan time,
Well, it's outside of the student contact time, right?
which is how the contract language is written, yeah.
Well, I'm just saying, like, it's not outside their contract time, it's outside.
Because the purpose of that is so that there's a certain amount of time built into your day that you don't have students, which teachers use every moment of to plan, grade, prepare, make contacts. So a lot of teachers would already be using that time.
Correct me if I'm wrong, guys, but one of the ideas that was thrown out there was to add 20 more minutes to the elementary day. And that was quickly done away with. That, again, we didn't feel like it was ratifiable, and it was going to be a big change to the existing status quo. That's saying the same thing twice.
I do think you could have the same schedule, you just would put the PLC time on the Tuesday afternoon. And that might have to be you might have to figure out how you get all interested parties in certain places. But
I mean, that was and there was a discussion had with it with the committee, because we even talked about surveying people and asking about it.
I mean, I know Stephanie always tells us to try and like frame things as mutual interest.
Or mutual
And I
joint
feel like
problem.
what I'm hearing is, and I'm sure we have a mutual interest in making sure we have buy-in to whatever the solution is from all around, right? From our elementary teachers and our instructional coaches and principals. I mean, we need to have it be better than what they currently have. And I think we had that subcommittee, but maybe we do need to kind of figure out, hey guys, unfortunately we're bumping up. There's a lot of boundaries on what we can do here because of contract time for elementary teachers, because of the unique issue of supervision for elementary school students, of wanting, to make sure we don't create inequitable situations amongst our families. And thus far, the best solution that this subcommittee could come up with was this. Do you think this is better than what you have now? Get you more PLC time, but here's the sacrifice. I mean, some way to figure out, to share the constraints and the problems and why this was the best solution, but is this better than what we have now? Because certainly we don't want to do anything that elementary teacher says, it was better the way it was, and now you finagled with it, and ultimately things are worse for me. We know we need more PLC time, and but I don't want to do anything that makes, the majority of elementary teachers feel like it wasn't worth the sacrifices that had to be made to get it.
I think it's not respectful of what their world is like. We have figured out how, within the school day, protecting plan time for middle and high school, and we're asking elementary to sacrifice that. And I don't think that that's equitable. And I know that elementary has 20 minutes or less time. That's been my 30 years in the district. I don't think in the midst of a pandemic and such that it's time to bring up, let's add 20 minutes to the day on top of that. I'm fighting for elementary people here because I think I respect the work the subcommittee does. I served on the 322 subcommittee. It's always hard. But if I were an elementary person, I'd say, well, they made it work for middle, they made it work for high school, and the solution for me was that my plan time is going to be time that I normally work anyways.
And if it's not better, based on your question, like, would this make it better for you? Here's what the committee came up with. Yes, no, and if no, would you be willing to provide input, right? I mean, unless you're going to give up on it, right? It seems like, remember in IBB we say, if you don't have a solution that you can find consensus on, what do? You keep working. So are we going to say the committees don't keep working? And if they're going to keep working, I'm hearing that elementary teachers need to be involved in the solutions, and it's, you're representing them, but at some point, do they need to get involved with the work?
Well, they have been involved in the work. They have been involved in the work.
Oh.
I think it can be argued that there wasn't enough of them.
Okay.
maybe that's, I'll easily agree to that, but we tasked a group to do something and they did it. And we're unaccepting of that, so.
But I would
I
say that
think this-
I was very transparent during those subcommittee meetings as well of the exact same concerns I've shared here. You know, like every time we met, these were the same concerns I brought up. So I would hope that when we're discussing it here, that no one would feel blindsided by these concerns, because I've tried really hard to share them during those times as well. But being one in the group, you know, if everyone else is going with something, me being one dissenting voice doesn't change a recommendation.
So that subcommittee reached a consensus is what, or how is the final process agreed upon, or recommendation?
Yeah,
Just sort of
so
where it landed?
Well, I don't know if it's, maybe I shouldn't answer since I was the one leading it. I mean, what's your view of how it ended?
I thought there was a consensus at least to start with this. And I think the committee talked, and I think that there is a chance that this won't be the solution that we stick with for the remainder of all time. You know what I mean? But that there was to try this going into next year. And then if it's not adequate time, then to go to the board, to say to the board, we've done what we can to try to get extra time without burning families, and we don't think that's possible.
I'm not even sure how this could be implemented, because we would have to ratify the language change. That's not something we could do an MOU on. We would have to take that to the bargaining unit. And that wouldn't happen then until we had a ratification vote. So this solution, I don't think, would enable us to, depending on when we finish, be able to have a contract vote, ratify it, and roll it out in the fall.
We've rolled out changes, and I'm just trying to think. We've rolled out changes based on TAs and things at the start of the school year. I don't know if that's an impediment, because haven't we made like salary changes at the beginning of the year, even though the ratification vote was delayed because we had a TA?
I don't think we could proceed with that schedule till we had a ratification vote, and then you've waited till late summer, and if it doesn't pass, then what do you do? And even if it does pass, 50% of your bargaining unit is elementary, and 50% vote no. You've got half your elementary people that are not happy with that.
So what do you
Maybe it's not going to be.
I think maybe the thing to consider, what I'm hearing is that we need to survey, or the committee should consider surveying to get feedback from elementary staff around which one to go with, which avenue to start with.
I don't know. I don't want to speak for NEA, but I think we will survey our members as well.
You were getting ready to ask me something, Rachel, go ahead.
Well, just what do you recommend from a process standpoint? We use subcommittees all the time, and for us, typically, it's gone really easy, right? Like, it's not as difficult of a problem to solve. The subcommittee works. We all come here. Generally, no one, raises a large concern, and we address it. So what do we do when this is the first time that we have team members that don't feel like they can do a thumb sideways or thumbs up?
The difference in this was this subcommittee was already rolling, and we had some members that were either on it or joined it, and the subcommittee doesn't report to us.
Because it's a strategic plan subcommittee?
Yes.
Yeah, and you really didn't. And looking back at our notes, you never really processed it. And it seems like, it's a no-brainer that, teachers need more PLC time. Yes, but if you still don't take the steps of identifying interest, it's hard to test the solution, to say the solution doesn't work. Instead, it feels like people saying, I'm against the solution, and being very, I don't want to say personal about it, but it seems more personal opinion versus objective test against an interest, right? And then also, just through this process, a couple of times we've heard, we're going to fight for this, right? And the truth is, you guys should jointly be fighting for a solution, but it's kind of turning into, fighting against an idea or against a proposal. And then, you know, it's already split to the committee perhaps surveying, and then you saying the NEA will also survey. Like, this goes downhill real quick from here. So I'm kind of just seeing what sort of ends up bubbling up, because you guys are pretty good. And it's not in a negative or accusatory way, it's an observation I'm sharing, so you guys see it, be mindful of it, and see where you're gonna go with me sharing my observation.
And I didn't mean that in a threatening way.
Yeah, no,
but
no, it
I
wasn't.
have to, as the president of my organization, have to be accountable to my elementary members.
And I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I mean, I'm not pointing fingers at anybody. You guys are leaning in here trying to figure it out, and I'm watching you divide, right? So I want to bring that to you all's attention instead of me feeling like I'm going to try to facilitate you out of this. My facilitating you out of this is bringing some awareness to what's happening right now. Normally, you all would figure out a way, do we survey together? Does this group do it? And or the committee? And with this group's input, you know, those kind of things. So you are coming up with some sort of next steps. It is like, you know, surveying the staff to see how they feel. But then you got to know what's your next step after that. If they like it, are y'all going to like it? If they don't like it, you're still coming back with a problem to solve without more input from them and no other solutions, right? So if you're going to take that step, do think about when that step comes back, then what? Like that sort of flow chart, you know, yes, they like it, no, they don't. Where do you go there?
And I think, you know, part of it is that, you know, we're fighting for something when we've already said we could be wrong. Like, let's ask the elementary people, like, you know, we got 3 high school people sitting here. We're gutting it right now. And we said earlier, let's survey them and see if we're wrong.
Mm-hmm.
You know, if the survey says no, great. Then we can go, okay.
But also, you ideologically have to think, okay, if it's a simple majority, 51% it says it's okay, is it a vote, or how much buy-in do you want to PLCs? I mean, that's a big thing, too. The big thing here is...
But I think, Linda, you're saying you have to think, I think this whole group needs to think about that.
Yeah.
In other words, don't pull away from this being a joint problem, right? Don't pull away from that. You're starting to pull away to solve separately. Stick with it as a joint problem so that you can stay together to solve together.
I think collectively, we have all, as a district, said that PLCs are integral. That's why we have been fighting for that time. I think we need to honor those who are going to do that work so that it's not just, so that it is an authentic process. So it is an authentic thing.
And you may have just kickstarted us. It's not too late to kickstart us to make a list of interest. So when I say, where do you go after you survey your elementary teachers? Well, surveying them is part of it, right? The other part is probably seeing if the solutions that you are going to work on, whether it be keep this one or change it or do brand new, you're still going to have to eventually come back to some interest to test it again, right? And so I heard the first interest, and I don't know if Lindsay wants to note take, and this will kind of help shift us back to something that's pretty objective. And you can disagree with an interest, stay why, and also jump in with other ones. The first one you said was make the PLC process
Authentic.
Authentic? And what do you mean by that?
Because I have an amazing PLC. We have worked together been the same PLC for 3 years now. We have ownership in it. We have accountability to each other. We support each other. And you can go through someone on your team being out with COVID for 10 days and you don't miss a beat. The work can go on. You can support that person. Students can continue to learn. And you invest yourself in that because there's mutual gains for everyone, the teachers on the committee and the students that you work with. And you have, because you value it, because you see there's something that comes out of it, you actually probably invest way more than is expected of you. I think for a lot of years, we have very highly functioning PLCs in a lot of elementary schools for various reasons. But I think to honor that work, we've always been saying the missing link in elementary is the district's got to back it up with time. If it's important enough, if it's that critical to the success of our students, then there should be time in the day to make that work. So,
Lindsay, if you're capturing interest, I'm not sure, what did you hear her say? I heard make it authentic, but it sounds as though having the time to focus on it is part of making it authentic, but I also kind of heard you say sending the district showing or sending a message that it's...
I think if it is important enough, if it is an important enough goal of the school district, the time should be designated within the day for that to happen. They figured out how to do that for high school. We figured out how to do it for middle school. I think that should be across the board.
Folks, jump in with any other interest. What you got there, Lindsay? How'd you?
Sorry, I'm trying to
Yeah.
No, it's good. I'm just trying to synthesize it.
And bullet points are okay. Or we can just kind of put things out there and then you can read back what people came up with. Are there other interest in this? Are the other interest?
Well, definitely not creating inequities amongst our families with elementary school students, or, problems with working parents who need to have the same start time every day. And again, those are unique to issues to young students who cannot be left home alone. I know definitely from a legal standpoint, supervision is huge, you guys. We have full responsibility for students every second they're in our building. And particularly when they're young, when it's easy for them to injure themselves. And I don't want a situation either where our professional employees who are doing the supervising are overwhelmed or say this is an untenable situation. Because I know if I have more than like 2 kids in my house, the zoo that happens is nuts. So I think there, some recognition of the unique supervision problems or challenges for elementary age students. Attention span, ability to be in one place for a prolonged period of time.
It's not just the kids.
And buy-in for the solution. I mean, I would definitely say I understand that. I think that we, do need to honor the subcommittee's work and the effort to get a representative group there. And I think we can do that while also saying we need to make sure we have buy-in.
Will you share a little bit more on what you talked about in terms of inequities? Elementary students not having the same...
So I think, again, when we talk about like the bumpers that we're up against, right? Like, well, we can't move here, well, we can't move here, well, we can't move here. I think there's a lot of concern about just general community buy-in, right? So I'm a 1-parent working family or even a 2-parent working family, and I must report to work, at 8:15 or 8:30 every single day. Well, if school doesn't start until, I don't know what time it would start, 9 on Thursdays, now I have a problem and I don't have the income to provide childcare on Thursday mornings. Or I just can't. And so now my child's home alone until the bus comes and they have to get themselves on the bus because I can't be there. And maybe I don't have family support or grandparent help who can be there on Thursday mornings. Versus our high schoolers and middle schoolers, they're generally old enough and equipped enough that they can do those things and be where they're supposed to be and need to be. So there's just these bumpers.
Yeah.
And it's certainly not, I think we have to recognize those. And I do get, when we talk about it, it certainly is important in the district. That's why it's part of the strategic plan. It's just it's a challenge that I know the subcommittee had to grapple with.
So
And the bumpers of the contract time for elementary teachers are there too. So.
What is the elementary contract time?
7:40 or 7:50 to 3:30.
That is another thing we could survey as well, right? But anyway, I was going to say,
I'm not going to give you the figure that they give us.
yeah, but, so another interest in this, like, I don't know if we necessarily even have an interest statement, but or an issue statement. An interest is being able to collaborate with the teachers in your building that have the same subject issue, the same level. Like Linda, we have very strong PLCs at North in the math department, and it makes my job just so much, I don't want to say easier, but we collaborate to the level that we share the load of making sure our assessments are
Well, it
what it
is
needs to be.
easier because
Yeah.
you can be like, I have a kid struggling with this, and they're like, here, try
Here,
this.
take this. Yeah. Oh, I have a worksheet for that, or oh, I have this great activity. So I think that's a great interest, is being able to collaborate with your peers and share your knowledge and share the load.
But collaborate with your peers happens through stronger PLCs?
Yes.
Okay. And then that in turn enables you all to work smarter?
Yes, absolutely.
Other interest? I don't know what the issue statement was. How do we ensure adequate PLC time, probably?
Oh, the issue statement from like this year's?
Well, whatever's, you all
they
must have had one
put-
last year too. And I'm guessing it's something as simple as how do we ensure adequate PLC time?
Guarded, protected time is needed at the middle school and elementary school levels for PLCs. The SMSD already provides this time at the high school level. So it wasn't a question.
Okay.
Like, and this was this year's. Like,
So if we said, how do we guard and protect PLC time for elementary and middle schools, why does it matter is what I'm trying to get you guys to throw forward. You've thrown forward a lot. I think
Okay.
Lindsay's gotten a lot of interest, but for anybody who hasn't, why does that matter? From a district perspective, from a non-teacher's perspective, what are any perspectives in that way?
I think PLCs are the mechanism by which, it's the most consistent mechanism by which we move student learning forward, right? It's that collaboration piece, and it's the one unifying thing that moves learning forward.
That's pretty powerful.
Thank you.
It's the platform for a guaranteed viable curriculum
There you go.
that we have to
Wow.
have at every grade level.
Yes. Is it regulatory or legislative mandated? Okay.
But we've committed to it. you
Oh,
know.
sure. That's a pretty strong interest.
right, the strategic plan.
If anything, that's just like a pretty strong reason to keep working at it, you know. There's a solution. It has not shown itself yet.
I do have to ask, though, is high school going to continue to not have it fourth quarter? Because late starts in.
It's up back to minutes. That's the only reason it's cut off.
And we could look at that with calendar, right? Like having seniors graduate a week later. That's how it's looking for the 23, 24.
It's interesting that your, I want to say weakest, but that you all's perception that the PLC time is not as, guaranteed, or in the PLCs may not be as effective at elementary level. That is your like starting level for the kids in this district. It's like, does it make middle school and high school more of a challenge? I don't know.
I don't think that they are, elementary PLCs are weaker.
Okay.
I think that secondary teachers have been provided a lot more autonomy
Okay.
in their PLCs. I don't know that elementary teachers feel like they're given the autonomy consistently among grade levels across buildings, like to run their PLCs by themselves.
I think it depends on the building, probably.
Agreed.
Because I can only speak to one building. And
I
that would
would
be
agree
my
with
own
that.
building, and so I can just speak to that would, the teams in my building have complete autonomy over their
And
time.
there are other buildings, because I do get that input, and where they do have the autonomy, there's a lot more productivity and a lot more value for what they're doing. It's not an exercise. In those groups, in those buildings, PLCs is not 20 minutes a week. It's every day.
I don't know if autonomy is an interest or autonomy of PLCs is an issue statement. I don't know. Guys, I do think that just identifying interest gives you something, and there may be more, something to come back and test future solutions against, including this one. And I think it also hopefully helped just now get you all's attention to sort of re-solidify as a group on the importance of continuing to problem solve together on this one. Like this is like super important to problem solve together. You know, I know this district has been through trying to problem solve separately, right? And no one wants to go in that direction, I don't think. And I think you guys problem solve together effectively. You're just going to have to keep pushing through it. Try to depersonalize the differences. Remember what we learned in training on, you know, things about conflict. If someone feels different than you, you start to think they are different than you. Remember we learned in your IBB training a couple years ago on conflict that sometimes we start to take the higher road by saying, you know, we have more value for this than you do. Our values are better, right? So avoid that, right? So try to stick with this problem together instead of apart. I think we could come back here. I'd like to do just a 10-minute break. Come back here and see if there are any more interest, and then make a decision about where you go from here.
I have a question, because it seems to me like we're dealing with one solution here, and if we're exploring this further, I guess I would ask those that were on that subcommittee, is the option of having the PLC in that afternoon slot, is that off the table?
Well, I mean, a while back I said it sounds like the feedback is that we would want to actually get feedback from classroom teachers on that part of it. But then we started doing interest stuff.
But I think the point of that is that an option, and having it clear, like yes or no. Like if you're saying the only current option is plan time after school, that it's not an option to have PLC time after school, then that's not a survey.
I wouldn't want to just make, I don't know that I'd feel comfortable just answering and speaking on behalf of a committee that was like working on this, but I think that's why I was saying I thought that was feedback we want to take to go get that. That wasn't an option that was discussed.
Guys, if you guys are going to operate in problem solving under the idea that somebody or a group or a committee has the power to say yay or nay, I need to know that.
Well, that, to me, I
right,
feel
so
like...
when you're asking, is it off the table or is it an option? I mean, I don't know. I thought you guys said it has to come here for negotiations. So if we're putting Abby in the position of saying yes or no to you, we are bargaining with Abby.
Okay, so
and so I would like to avoid that. And instead, I think, Linda, what you're saying is, can this committee see what else was considered? Is that what you're saying?
And that's what I was
I think that's what I was trying to say,
Yeah,
because it seems like all our discussion is around what the subcommittee brought us. And if our only option here is to rubber stamp that, I don't understand why, then the only reason it's coming to us is because there's contract language and you could have moved ahead as you wanted to anyway.
Right, but I'm saying I don't want to put the committee or Abby or anyone in the position where they have to say yes or no to y'all, because you're just problem solving together. So I think what I'm hearing you say is, can we see what the other possible solutions were?
What I'm saying, I said that wrong then.
Okay.
It seems like what we did this morning was consider 17 solutions. Yeah. On this issue, we're looking at one solution, which to me, I don't understand the process. We did interests, and now we have this one solution.
When we have a subcommittee, that's what I was trying to ask. Like, what is the process? Because how do we honor the collaborative and problem-solving process that a subcommittee went through without, like, I don't know that it's right is maybe the wrong word, but this team just to go back in and undo it all, as much as maybe we're saying, we have concerns that this is something that this group could reach a consensus on. We need the subcommittee to go back with this feedback. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, what's the process there to not undermine their process or our process?
The big difference is the committee, right or wrong, came back with a solution that violates the contract. And so that puts us in a weird position.
Well,
And
right,
I'm
and if
sorry
it was-
that if I'm
No,
seeming
No, that's
real
okay. If it was a
aggressive.
solution that
And
we
it-
all liked, we would figure out what do you need to change in the
Exactly.
contract, but
The issue
I don't
is
think that
that
people are
people
there.
don't like the recommendation.
Yeah.
That's the issue.
Yeah. If we liked it,
That's,
you as a
that's the
committee would
only
change
issue.
the language.
If
Well,
people
I
liked
think
it, we'd
the,
be fine.
the ups, well, that too, but it's also, it wasn't our committee.
Yes, it was. I disagree with that. This team said they wanted a subcommittee working on this, and we assigned not only district administration, but representatives from the association to serve on that committee. And if we don't like it, we want it to go back, that's fine. But to suggest that, I mean, Linda, we worked on a subcommittee for compensation for MOU. We did the same thing. We brought forward a recommendation, one recommendation. We didn't bring 5 recommendations.
But that recommendation didn't,
Yes, it did.
was not in conflict,
We had to write an MOU.
but it wasn't in conflict with contract language that already exists. And for us to say, I think it's only fair to say that Lindsay was not in favor of that, and the rest of us, it's not our world. So we have to, I'm sorry that I feel like I am being like the buzzer, but, you know, I'm trying to maintain this process so it can continue.
Well, is it okay that we do 10 minutes, and then when we come back, talk about, we don't have to like solve it all right now, right? We can just say, you know, what are the next reasonable steps that we can take, and why would you take those steps? In other words, what are the next reasonable steps on this that need to be taken to continue to work the problem? And then not just that, but why do we want to take those steps, right? That'll inform us, like, you know, once you get those steps done, you have a why, like a sense of where you go based on those steps. So if we can do 10 minutes, or do you guys want to go ahead and just keep pushing and say, what are the next steps? I feel like people could just stand up, take a breather.
Yeah, I think a
Okay.
short break would be good.
Yeah, so it's 2:53, and by the way, Linda, I always am just so transparent. Anytime anyone talks, I feel like I'm just putting you on the spot, or I say you think I'm saying what was wrong about that. No, I'm just offering observations or how something might be landing. It's not anybody's right or wrong. I appreciate people that lean forward, that speak, that are being transparent, that are sharing. That's good. I'm going to give you, feedback through that, but I hope you don't take it as criticism. So absolutely not criticism. We wouldn't be anywhere if people didn't feel passionately and were willing to be honest about where they're coming from.
PLC time?
We wanted to present something to the board this spring. So that was,
If something doesn't get presented to the board this spring, does it mean next year?
I don't know if that's the case, but. Mhm.
I just wanted to get a sense in terms of urgency. I mean, it's an important issue, but urgency is sometimes.
It's helpful if you turn it back on.
And then the other question that I had was, the other comment I want to make is like, as we make decisions on, okay, what are the next simple steps we can do from here, simple or not so simple, and why would we want to do them, right? So that when we do them and then we come back, that we have some sense of what's the next logical step with that information. I do want to ask that people just assume good intentions. Like, let's not decide that we're going to take certain, I'm not saying anybody is, but don't take steps to, because you assume some intention, bad intention on someone else's part, right? And I just want to say that just assume good intentions here, continue to be transparent, and the steps we take should just assume good intentions. I just want to say that. So if you find yourself in the back of your mind, because we always do when things get hard, in the back of our mind saying, well, we should do this because, no, we should only do something that makes sense to solve the problem, not because of assumptions you might be making about somebody else's position or intentions. So in terms of next steps, I have some things on my list. I don't know if, Lindsay, you've been typing quite a bit. If you want to reread through the interest, and then I'll say what's on the list in terms of possible next steps that came up in the conversation. But I would like to hear a summary of the interest so far, because someone may want to add to that.
So for interests, I had written down, make the PLC process authentic, provide time to allow PLCs to meet, provide elementary with the same amounts of time secondary get, create inequities for families, start times, unsupervised times, community buy-in, not create supervision challenges for staff buy-in for a solution, being able to collaborate with others in your building that teach the same content/grade level as you, share the load, work smarter. And I put, I need to wordsmith a little bit, but PLC is the most consistent mechanism for moving student learning forward. It's our platform for a viable curriculum. And the strategic plan has made a commitment to PLCs.
Did anybody hear anything that was different than what you heard in the conversation? And is there anything missing at this point?
I think so.
Some ideas that I heard you all say. Did you have any ideas or solutions typed? You did good just capturing those interests, but.
I had just kind of summarized the committee's proposal, and then I put survey elementary staff, how they feel about the proposal.
Okay, I had
what
asked.
I had so far.
I had asked elementary staff. I had input from elementary staff. And then I had put PLC time on a Tuesday afternoon. That's a possible solution, but I don't know if you guys want to try to, I don't think you guys' goal is to try to just take this out of the committee realm and sort of process it here, but that was just one thing I made note of.
I would say a solution may be that, obviously we have multiple committee members sitting here. They've heard the reservations about the recommendation and reservations that elementary teachers, might not have buy-in, but we don't know. That they would take that information back to their committee and determine the best way to address those reservations and concerns, and come back and maybe the committee as a whole even present to this team how they've addressed those reservations and concerns and their best thinking on that. I'm just trying to think of a way that, again, lets that subcommittee
a rework
do its work. And again, including the reservation and concern that perhaps there wasn't, appropriate, the right people at the table, so to speak, or the right voices or input. And then, comes back to us to present it, because I do think ultimately, anytime we're asking for a change to the P&A, and I know that we've used the term violate, and I get that, But we're talking about changing it, right? I mean, anytime we do something that requires us to adjust it, we're talking about changing it, we would have to have a consensus here. So I think if it's a change to the P&A, a subcommittee never gets to cannot trump our work here. We can't, a subcommittee can't ever come in and say, well, this is the recommendation, we have to do it. We have to have a consensus here, or we can make no changes to the P&A. So that is like, as I go and think about it, I think that that would be the process that we have to take.
I just quickly add into that, if the committee sort of come in and say, here's the data we collected on elementary teachers, and it showed overwhelming support for this, three of us would have been like, oh, okay.
Yeah. And there's going to be times when some committees do work that we just don't have. I mean, we've had those. We're all just, it's spoon-fed. We're ready. We don't identify reservations or concerns. So it feels like we're stamping it, but we're not. It's just we don't have the hurdles that we've had at this meeting.
In what you had just kind of put out there in terms of the committee taking the feedback, going back and doing a rework, and then coming back again, where did you see the input from elementary staff coming in that piece?
I mean, I would say that we've heard the suggestion, and I think the committee should take that into consideration of how is the best way to address the concern that we don't have a great idea about what it would take for our teachers as a whole, our elementary teachers as a whole, to have buy-in. How do we know where they stand on it? And for them to come back, knowing that one suggestion we had was a survey, and come back and say, we heard that, this is what we decided to do to get that. And then ultimately would be, does whatever they do satisfy us to where we can reach a consensus or not?
And while the feedback I gave was don't survey separately, doesn't mean that the Shawnee Mission NEA can't be useful in terms of surveying if they have a way to get a higher rate of response, right? Or in combination with something that's done by the committee, or in combination with something that's done by, a particular elementary school. So I'm not saying that, the association shouldn't survey, but if you do, it's because this whole committee thinks that is an effective and efficient way to get input, and it may be one way.
Well, and I think that's how we support the committee. If they're asking for, teacher feedback, we can help get the message out of like, hey, get this done. This is important. And not necessarily.
I think historically, our return percentage of filled out surveys is pretty high, and sometimes they're higher when the district does them, and sometimes they're not.
My suggestion would be that anything we do be joint,
Yeah.
like it always is.
I agree.
I mean, that's what my suggestion would be, that it not be one or the other, but it's joint, like everything we do during IBB is, or it's communicated as, no matter who hits the send button, but it is communicated as, we all need this information.
Yeah.
Now, and I totally understand, and that's a unique challenge for you guys is how do you make sure that you're doing what your group wants when it's comprised of 2,000 people at 3 different levels?
Is the proposal for elementary locked down as to your PLCing during the day, your plan times after school, or could it be a building by building decision on what you do? Could it be a grade level PLC decision on what you choose to do? I mean,
Those are all solutions we could.
how tied down does it need to be made? Can it be made to, 1 week, oh, I can't meet after, or can't meet during this time?
I think that's also, the data could be looked at as overall for a building, and look at the trends of like, if their overall data says one thing, well, if it's all over the place, but building by building is kind of the same, that's a different way of addressing it,
So if you were to survey elementary staff, you'd want to be able to see the data by building and possibly by grade?
Yeah.
I mean, I even thought of, and this is a person who doesn't work in school buildings, but like, could a principal during their staff meeting be given information about this, talk about it with their staff and say, hey, for our buildings and how we PLC, what is our majority feeling on how we would prefer to do it here?
Well, and giving time at that meeting to do the survey increase.
It was very informal, but we did ask, didn't we guys, to take it back to your smaller groups, to your buildings, and get some feedback from your staff and from,
I don't think I did.
okay. Anyway, I think that's a great idea.
Transparency.
So Rachel, I like the suggestion of taking it back to the subcommittee and brainstorming some solutions moving forward, given the fact that there was some questions brought up about the proposal. I think it's great.
Is that a process that we're all, I mean, I just keep trying to go back to the process of it. Is that something we're all comfortable with? Okay.
Can I add in another interest that just popped into my brain?
Lovely.
Elementary specialists, would need a consistent time to PLC across buildings because I would be the only art teacher. But also, what if I'm consistently having a problem with the same kid, having a time, I can't attend my, the fourth grade PLC during their plan time because I'm teaching their class.
So there's a singleton component and interest in providing singleton times to cross.
And there is a little bit of that mechanism that exists already within the, I believe it's the second Tuesday of every month, like ELL, specialist, they all have that, it's like a designated time.
But I'm thinking if I need to go to a grade level team and say, I'm having, an issue with this kid, this kid, this kid, whether it's behavior or it's they are not reading what we're doing in class, and then that would be a great time for me as a specialist to figure out oh, that kid's in the sit process for reading. They're reading significantly below grade level, but to have the time to do that, to kind of brainstorm what's going on, what behavior intervention works well in your classroom because I'm needing some help in the gym.
Yeah, I would think that the committee would want to specify more information on the survey from specialist teachers, from special education teachers, the reading specialists, all those things, because that's going to be different than your grade level teachers and their feedback.
Yeah. On the number one issue that came up, or not number one, but the first issue that came up, area of concern in response to the elementary plan, I wrote it as who attends, and I heard someone say, we don't need supervision. I heard someone else say, I wish I could attend more because it gives me a better handle on, what teachers are experiencing, right? So when I have the one issue that feedback you gave the committee on who attends, what is that issue? Who can name that issue specifically, right? If we want the committee to do better, let's make sure they understand the feedback that they got. And the first one I gave was the issue over who attends, and it may be tied to the autonomy question.
Yeah, I think, and again, I'm a high school teacher, but what I've heard is that it feels like at some schools, the administrator and I coach want to be at every PLC. And so that's one reason why I think the committee might have wanted to have PLCs during the day on different days of the week for different groups so that they could attend as many as possible. And I understand the importance in that. I wonder if that makes some PLC groups feel like they don't have autonomy in how they're going to use their PLC time because there is an administrator there or an I coach possibly leading the meeting. So that's possibly where that's tying in. And I know Abby was saying that if we had the PLCs after school on a Tuesday during a staff meeting time, that is correct that less the instructional coach and the administrator would be able to attend less of those PLCs because they'd all be happening at the same time. And you can't be in more than one place at once.
How is that managed at the secondary level? Because the I coach isn't attending if everyone's late start PLC.
Now, the high school, I would say that we have upwards to 40 different PLC teams. And so it's literally impossible for me to even get to every PLC team in the school year. And with our administrative team, we're 100% working on supervising students during that time. So my instructional coach, my administrative team are spread thin, and I call it it's a wonderful Thursday if I can get into a PLC, because it's a rarity at the high school level.
So then on this issue, and I loved what you said earlier, is the juice worth the squeeze? If this committee sort of ruled out after-school PLC meetings because of the lack of administration to be able to attend, is it worth giving up that option to make sure that administration can attend these? In other words, how much of that administration attendance is going to impact the outcomes of the PLC? Maybe, did I say that right, in terms of what they need to be thinking about, the committee?
Yeah. I mean, I get where you're going with that.
I mean, I just want to make sure the feedback
It's a
they
trade-off
got.
everywhere, right? I
Right.
mean, it's, the question is, where are you going to make the trade-off?
And then also, the second one was, this plan, moving plan time to the end of the day. That seemed what got the most reaction. I'm just reviewing the stuff.
That's when I felt the most reaction.
Yeah, I agree. And then the third one was around special ed
Absolutely.
teachers. Is this committee clear on the issue around special ed teachers and the issue around specials?
Yeah, that they typically can't attend the PLCs of the grade level classroom teachers.
So does the committee need to have that, a solution for that problem in what they bring back in terms of the?
I think for specialists, specials, right, like music.
Art, music.
Yeah. Could that be a district-wide, a horizontal PLC, like art teachers, or even in their attendance area?
Well, that was what Abby was saying. They
Right.
have a mechanism for across buildings.
Got it.
But I'm thinking of if I need to PLC.
Oh, with the
within
third
the
grade
building,
or with the third, yeah.
I'm teaching their class specials while they're PLCing.
Right, if they PLC during their plan time, right.
Uh-huh.
Oh, okay, so that's, I see what you're saying now. Okay.
Because the classroom teachers get their plan time when their kids go to art.
And I'm not sure that PLC would be the most appropriate time to address some of those concerns. You know what I mean? Because that's more problem solving, not necessarily like really focusing on the essential questions and things like that, so.
Could be a
But
good
I think it
sit
could
team.
be of like, what do we want kids to learn? And if I don't, I want my kid, if I'm in PE, I want my kids to be learning in PE, and if like their behavior is getting in the way of their learning, that would be a time.
This is one of those moments where I go in my heart as an American, God dang, why can't we just have 3 times more staff paid for by our taxes in every school in this country? I mean,
Absolutely.
Okay, so guys, and then the third thing, the special ed. That was an issue you brought of the special ed teacher. You said can't always guarantee to be at those either. Do they need to problem solve for that?
I think so.
And I guess they meaning you too, you're on that committee. Okay, and so it's like this is not super, super urgent, and everyone does lots of work besides this, but do we want to put this back on the agenda for maybe 2 sessions out? Because if you want feedback from teachers, you probably don't want this back on the agenda for a while. You won't be ready, right?
Yeah, I'll reach out to the team either tonight or tomorrow and see if we can get a meeting on the calendar.
I mean, it's just the elementary team, right?
It would just be the elementary team, I'm thinking.
And if the team decides in the process of thinking how you're going to survey elementary, then reaching out to Jill, Linda, whoever, if that can be of assistance in terms of, you taking advantage of the good response you get from teachers on behalf of the committee. Are we at an okay stopping point for this one? And middle school, we haven't really even dug into. I guess it'll sort of hang out there a little bit until you guys pick this back up, and then re-review the middle school one.
Do we want to make sure we have our agenda set for, we know we have our list of things, but we didn't get to everything today, so.
So what I can do is look at the spreadsheet and then send out sort of the next things on the list. And we don't, like today, we didn't take them in exact order because we're trying to be efficient with our time, but I'll just send out the next.
Like
it's a
grievances
short
left
meeting.
over from
Yeah.
today, so I would think, and it's a 2-hour session.
And I don't think that one will take particularly long.
And we may have some calendar. You might
Yeah.
have some information.
And you'll have language back on the sick bank.
Yes, and can I do, okay, I don't want to open a can of worms right before 3:30, but I'm driving this MOU and I don't want to make stuff up in my head. I want to make sure I'm reflecting what our consensus was.
Okay.
Okay, so my question is, okay, I think I have 2 questions as I write this. I wanted to lean on the language we already have in the PNA, right? So like that's there, that structure's there. Sick leave bank is for sick leave of the person. So is our idea here, and I don't know exactly what I had in my head, that this is accessing the sick leave bank if you exhausted all of your leave for reasons sufficiently related to COVID-19, and now you yourself have an illness or sickness, like traditionally we would be required to access the bank? Or is this, you have exhausted all your leaves for reasons sufficiently related to COVID-19, and now you have a need, and your need might be because your kid is homesick. Your need might be, okay.
Yeah, because you can use your sick leave to take care of a sick child.
Okay.
So,
Whatever you can use.
And that's
So it would be a sick leave reason, or just,
See, yeah, we were kind of brainstorming this
Yeah.
offline, and I don't think we want to get into a lot of the why. It's, you've exhausted, it's be related to some COVID-related reason, and now you need
A
some,
sick day.
some buffer, right? Just
Okay.
just in case, right?
And I don't know why, but like, to me, it's just like, an initial, like, 5 days, I don't know.
that's
I
the
turned
other
off.
thing. So
And
I'm
we-
like, so
we were
I come to you
brainstorming,
and, what is it that HR need? Because I think they're envisioning this process where someone comes and says, look, this is my need. I could really use this. Is this doable? And then you go back and forth. Okay, I need 3 days. Okay, I need 10 days. Is there a cap? I mean, because, you could have, right now we're talking about 18 people. I don't know why those 18 people nobody knows why they have theirs exhausted. But if you start and give them the max of 20, you could quickly exhaust that bank. And I know we've talked about that might be a possibility, but do we have like a number of days? Like, I could foresee you can make 1 application per school year and be granted up to X days.
My initial thought was per application of the form would be 5 days.
Per application.
And
not
if you
limit
needed
numbers?
more than that, then you would have to
File more?
file again.
What if they? In my mind, if you only use 3, those 2 go back in the bank.
Yeah.
Although it doesn't matter at the end of the year. But do they get they gave me 5 days, I used 3. Are we
Like,
just
you have
going to
to
keep those
actually
2
use-
days?
I
Or is
think
it
you-
going to, yeah.
I would say you
I don't think we
actually
want to
use them.
manage it.
I think it's a give and then,
It's just a give.
because it's one of those things that due to COVID, you used all your days, we're gonna do what's best and just give you 5.
I was going to, if that's the way you're going to do it, I'd start with 3, and
Okay.
if somebody comes back again, they can. I mean,
Okay.
that opens it up for
Threw a number out.
more people,
I like that.
yeah.
That
And
is a
I do
full
think a lot of the people that from my list that I've been working with, like through the short-term disability,
Days, that'll be a little extra.
they're not anticipating that they need a ton. It's just they know that, hey, I've got a 5-year-old and a 10-year-old, and chances are it's only February, they're going to be sick here or there. But they also have learned to, I think a lot of people in this process have figured out how to draw on all your resources that you have, your people resources, so.
Okay, that's really helpful.
Yep.
I've created a folder called MOUs in our shared Google Drive folder with the label for this year. I have a draft in there that everyone should be able to look at, edit, comment on. I also put in what you requested, Jay, which was the MOU related to teachers who choose to teach 6 out of 7. So that's in there. Didn't you ask for that earlier?
Yes, I did. Thank
So that's in there, both the Word version and the signed version. And so I'm happy to, collaborate. Wait, this is confusing, whatever. And if you don't like the format, just let me know. I just was trying to not reinvent the structure that's already in the P&A.
So, are you gonna have us look it over, have you and Jill sign it? I'm thinking Mike needs to let his HR, I don't want to flood 15 people contacting Pam and Jeremy yet when you haven't even dealt with that. So should I tell my people, you're gonna be okay, contact HR Friday, Monday, what do you want me to say?
Can you
Tuesday,
give us
Wednesday?
till Wednesday of next week to get the
Okay.
form ready?
We meet again next Thursday.
Yeah, can we do that? Can we all take a look at the MOU and the form on Thursday?
So this is what, I'm just going to go back to the people that, I have a list of short-term disability people that I work with, and I'm just going to say, you should be made whole. I just want to ask you at the end of this meeting, one person's name that I think you probably worked with, but I don't want to shout that out. You can request the form, a specific form for your case. That will come, I'll send you, we'll get you more details, but it'll be the end of next week, just hold tight.
Yep.
And so this will probably be just first thing you guys are going to do at your next meeting, and that is look at that final language. You'll already see it before you get here. Review the form that Mike's putting together, and then you'll be done, ready to sign off and roll out. And then that leaves grievance procedure. You said wouldn't take much time, but tell me, what is prep time?
A lot.
Okay. Okay.
Sorry,
We're probably
I'm
not going to get to that. And then Rachel was going to look at the list and see if there's something else that may be quick or something that we can start next time.
It would not necessarily be quick.
The
I'll just say.
order we had put them in
I was just
was
thinking prep time in general is a lot.
grievance procedure, prep time, and then the 3 late resignation from the district.
Which now we only have 2. You
Okay.
can delete or put the line through the one that had to do with enforceability.
All I have next to them on this spreadsheet is SMSD 1, 2, and 3, so I can look through it.
I'll tell you which one that is.
Did you hear back on that? Because I knew you were really waiting.
Yes, the Professional Practices Commission enforced our late resignation provision, and determined that it could suspend a teacher's license for the remainder of the school year where they failed to give the 10 days notice.
They agreed upon.
Even though we have liquidated damages in there. Now, just because that's I mean, I think we want to look at it and just do is it working? Is it doing what we want it to do? And I'm not saying that that's now an untouchable section. I'm just saying it is enforceable. So,
No, that's good.
SMSD 2, we can eliminate.
Okay.
And then you wanted to look at replacement for the April date, and then also, I
Yeah.
want to say, flip charts that I leave over there, I'm assuming somebody put someplace private.
Oh, yeah, we can do that. Well, these are public meetings, so there's not a lot of
Oh, yeah.
privacy in public school.
It's true.
Especially if there's a mirror in the bathroom.
Okay,
Oh, yeah, you know, there's a whole conversation about high school boys' bathrooms, and sometimes
It's 3:30.
Bengals not good.
Yes, okay, what is the April date we can't do?
April 5th, I've been told that there is okay, my assistant said the boardroom is not available because of the Job Olympics that day. All other rooms are taken except for the superintendent's conference room, which is not big enough for us.
Is this just a 2-hour meeting?
And I asked David and our tech crew about the feasibility of going somewhere else, and they were like, please, no,
Lord have mercy,
we
no.
can't cast it without significant setup,
Is
so.
there a different day that week that we could do in the afternoon? The week of the 4th?
Week of the 4th.
Issues on the 6th. Right? So we had an issue on the 6th. You guys are on the 7th.
Yeah.
So the 4th?
The 6th was just I felt like there was
The
a time.
6th is his agenda review with the board, right? Because there's a board meeting that
Yeah,
Monday.
that's after school.
So, I mean, if we want to stay close to the 5th, the question is, are we comfortable having one team member who's not there?
Well, we have the 11th as our all-day. We should maybe let later in the month for the 2-hour meeting.
We could do that.
It would have to be the 18th, that's the only other day she has left that she hasn't blocked off, Stephanie.
Yeah, I mean, the 12th, 13th, 14th, 15th, I have a training that goes till 5 o'clock. So if we wanted to do later, and then same for the 19th through 22nd, it's the second week of the same group.
Were you thinking we could fit virtually? I don't know if that.
That's what exactly I was thinking. I thought it would, if you
Oh, just
cast
all meet
it,
on
just-
WebEx?
And then do you just provide a link that people can click into?
So, we don't know what we have, right? Like what issues we have. I mean, some issues, I think it's not that awkward to all be behind a computer screen. And a lot of times on those short days, we're kind of doing cleanup. So I think that's okay. And maybe if we get there and we're like, these are really weird things to all be talking to each other on a computer screen, we just reschedule it and put another meeting in May. Okay.
Okay, so leave 4, 5, 3 at 3:15, and that will be virtual.
So April 5th, I'm gonna update that and put it as a WebEx meeting, which I have no idea how to facilitate.
And
we'll
when
get
you
help
all,
doing it.
Yes, we do a lot.
Okay.
but giving public access means you just make the link available?
A year ago.
Okay.
Okay.
Click this.
You guys had a pretty productive day, darn it, for what looked like really complicated issues. Okay.
Okay,
Hmm?
thank you.
Bringing gloves.
Oh, man.
Guys, I will see you in a
Thank you for
week
being
or-
here today.
Am I going to see you in a week? Kind of. I'm going to see you in a week, right? Next week?
Yeah, on the 3rd.
Yep.